Jack. Live from the oldest existing professional baseball stadium in the United States, Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. They've been playing professional baseball on this spot for 106 years, since 1910. Last year, 365 days ago, give or take a couple of days, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats won the Southwestern Athletic Conference Tournament for the very first time in the most dramatic fashion possible, a walk-off home run with 2 outs in the 9th. Today, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats are back, dominant in the regular season and back to defend their title and look to be the first team to win the SWAC back-to-back since 2017. The journey begins this evening against Arkansas Pine Bluff. Hello and a very warm welcome. My name is Michael Torello. Happy to have your company here on the CatEye Radio Network, whether you're listening to us on the CatEye Radio Network on bcuathletics.com/radio or on the booth cam on youtube.com/CatEye Network. Thank you for tuning into the booth cam. I'll be with you as long as the Wildcats are here, hopefully through Sunday's championship game. Well, the Wildcats finished off the regular season with a school record 37 wins, 37 and 18 on the season, 23-7 in conference play. But despite that, they had to wait till the last day of the season to wrap up the regular season title. They did it on winning percentage over Southern. We are late to the party tonight because the Southern Jaguars and Jackson State Tigers just played a 10-inning thriller, with Southern walking it off in the 10th, 4-3. It is about 8:21 Central Time, 9:21 Eastern Time. Thank you for being with us here on the CatEye Network. The coaches and umpires are at home plate, shaking hands and getting ready to start this contest. And while we wait for the contest to start, let's take a look at what head coach Johnny Hernandez had to say as I sat down with him earlier this afternoon. 1-1. I'm here with Coach Hernandez before the Wildcats take on UAPB to start the 2026 SWAC tournament here at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. Coach, did you get any emotions walking into the park today from a year ago? You guys lifting the trophy?
Yeah, I mean, you obviously have, right, one of the better memories of our tenure here at Bethune-Cookman in the SWAC, winning the tournament last year. But, you know, it comes down to business at the end of the day, right? That was last year. That was last year's team. And, you know, we're looking forward to this year's team being able to hopefully hoist the trophy on Sunday. But we have a really good matchup this afternoon or this evening against University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. You
face a UAPB team that, yes, finished 8th in the regular season, but on paper probably is better than that, especially Kenny Fabian, who's starting today. How do you plan to attack him?
The same way we've been, right? We've got to be patient, right? We have to swing at strikes. We have to own the strike zone, and we have to get to the bullpen early, right? That's going to be key throughout the entire week. That's going to be the message the entire week, is just get to the bullpen as quickly as we can. And, again, we have to take advantage of the opportunities when they're given to us. So, you know, again, as far as like Kenny Fabian, Kenny Fabian outside of Edwin Sanchez, I think is one of the best pitchers in the conference, so we have our work cut out for us. And like you mentioned, right, like they're the 8 seed, but they don't play like an 8 seed. So, you know, our guys understand that. We just got to take care of the baseball and play our brand this evening.
As we're sitting here, we're looking at the dark clouds starting to roll in from the west here in Birmingham, expecting some rain tonight. How do you expect that to play into the game?
I think that it'll play a factor, but the one thing with the quality depth that we do have on the pitching staff, especially in our bullpen, I think it works well for us if we do have stoppage. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully the clouds stay away and the rain stays away, but we have a plan in place in case, you know, we run into a long weather delay.
Thank you for your time, Coach. Good luck tonight.
You got it. Hail Wildcats.
Well, thankfully, since that interview was recorded, the rain seems to have moved off. It's gone north of us here in Birmingham. It's supposed to rain pretty much every day all week. But thankfully, the first day of action here at the SWAC tournament has continued unabated. And we hope to continue that as Ricky Weeks from Southern University just threw out the ceremonial first pitch. The lineups are getting ready to be announced by our man Mark over there in the other booth. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for you this evening. For Arkansas Pine Bluff, leading off the center fielder, the senior Weston Gingrich. At third base, batting second is Zach Wider. Adding third at second is the SWAC Freshman of the Year, Aaron Grant. Batting fourth, the first baseman Lazaro Alvarado. Batting fifth, the designated hitter Blake Coleman. Batting sixth is the left fielder Nick Hockemeyer. He made all conference. Batting seventh, the right fielder Zion Hamilton. Batting eighth, the shortstop Connor Gidley. And batting ninth is the catcher Vinny Sawmill. And in the bottom of the first, when the Wildcats come up to bat, they will face All-SWAC second-teamer this year, All-SWAC first-teamer last year, the right-handed senior pitcher Kenny Fabian. And for Bethune-Cookman, they're getting introduced right now and running onto the field. It's the same lineup that Coach Hernandez is running back. In left field, leading off, it's Darrell Lee. Third base, batting second, it's Andre Martinez. Batting third in right field, Michael Rodriguez. Batting fourth, the catcher, Michael Lucena. Batting fifth, the first baseman, Jose Fernandez. Batting sixth, the shortstop, Eric Almonte. Batting seventh, the second baseman, Jeter Poyeto. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, Christopher Watson. And batting ninth is the center fielder, Sergio Rivera. And just getting introduced right now and running out to the mound is the SWAC Pitcher of the Year, the left-handed senior, Edwin Sanchez. His league-leading 2.69 ERA. He's 11-1. He's already tied the Bethune-Cookman record for wins in a season by a starting pitcher. A winning performance tonight from him will see him break that record. Well, the Wildcats closed the season strong. They won 2 out of 3 from each of their last 4 series, and they won all 10 of their SWAC series, something that they didn't even do last year when they took home the tournament and regular season championship. The last time they played UAPB, it was down at the Ormond Beach Sports Complex. They swept a doubleheader, 16-9, 6-4, and they lost a third game 10-6, which was split over 2 days because of rain. The Wildcats took a 6-1 lead into the rain delay and then came back on Sunday and gave up 9 straight runs. So when they saw Fabian the last time, here was Fabian's line score. He did pitch the middle game of that series, the second game of the double header. Fabian went the full game, pitched 8 innings, allowed 6 runs on 10 hits, struck out 3, walked 1, hit a batter, and threw 111 pitches. The last time that Edwin Sanchez faced UAPB, it was a little bit of an ugly game, the 16-9 game back in the first game of that series, first game of that doubleheader. Sanchez went 4 2/3, allowed 7 runs on 6 hits. His worst start of the season by far. He will look to undo that. He also walked 6, a season high in walks, and only struck out 2, a season low in strikeouts. Still threw 102 pitches. We are ready to go. Full darkness, the floodlights on here at a historic Rick Wood Field. And Weston Gingrich, the center fielder, is stepping to the plate, the left-handed hitter, and he will face the lefty Edwin Sanchez. Well, we had to wait a long time for it, but it is finally game on for Bethune-Cookman baseball here at the SWAC tournament. First pitch, 8:28 p.m. Central Time. And it is a foul, straight back, 0-1. Weston Gingrich is a senior, batting .293. Only 19 starts on the season. UAPB battled a number of injuries, especially on the pitching side throughout the year, so their lineup has been inconsistent. That's a fly ball foul out of play, third base side, 0-2. 20 runs on 24 hits for Gingrich, 5 doubles, a homer, and 9 RBI, getting on base at 41%. No steals. This is not a UAPB team that steals a ton of bases, down in the bottom third of the conference in steals. And the 0-2 upstairs, missed with the fastball, did Sanchez, and it's 1-2. 400 to straightaway center here at Rickwood Field, and wide power alleys, 332 to right and 325 down the left field line. You won't see many home runs hit out of this place, as barely getting a piece of an inside fastball is Gingrich, and the count holds 1-2, first batter of the game. Edwin Sanchez finished the regular season with 11-1, tying the Wildcat record for wins in a season, and a 2.69 ERA, 14 appearances, all starts. 73 2/3 innings pitched, the 1-2. High fly ball, right field, but straight at Michael Rodriguez. He'll come in 3 steps and make a catch. Defensively for the Wildcats, Sanchez and Michael Lucena are the battery. Martinez is at third. Eric Almonte is at short. Jeter Poyeto at second. Jose Fernandez at first. Across the outfield, left to right, it's Darrell Lee at left. Sergio Rivera in center. And Michael Rodriguez in right. Here's Zach Wider, second batter of the game. 1 out, top 1. Fastball way outside. Ball 1. Wider batting .332. Has started all 54 games for the Golden Lions this season. The only player to start all 54 games for UAPB this year. Fouled away first base side, 1-1. In 205 at-bats, he scored 55 runs on 68 hits, 15 doubles to lead the squad, 3 triples, 5 homers, and 40 RBI. And the 1-1 upstairs, ball 2. Bethune-Cookman black hats, black jerseys, as is the tradition when Edwin Sanchez has been on the mound this year. White pants for the black and maroon stripe down the side. Here's the 2-1, fouled away straight back 2-2. UAPB are, to my eyes, committing a baseball sin tonight. They are the visiting team on the scoreboard and wearing all white with black hats and helmets and black numbers with a gold trim. Fastball outside, 3-1. I mentioned that Edwin Sanchez, the first time he placed this UAPB team, had a season-high 6 walks. He's behind 3-1 here on Zach Wider. Here's a pitch. Swing and a line drive down the left field line. That's a fair ball right on the chalk and headed towards the corner. Wider turns for second. He's going to jog in there with a 1-out double. Right down the line. Took an inside pitch and turned on it. And in that game, the first time Edwin Sanchez pitched against UAPB, they did score 2 runs in the top of the first before the Wildcats responded with 3 in the first, 6 in the third, 3 in the fifth, 2 in the seventh to eventually win that game 16-9. It was a high-scoring affair. Here is the newly minted SWAC Freshman of the Year, Aaron Grant, the second baseman. Fittingly for this ballpark where Jackie Robinson once played Negro League Baseball, wearing number 42. Batting a team-high .355, Aaron Grant. 47 runs on 61 hits, 12 doubles, 2 triples, 8 homers. That's a ground ball towards the shortstop hole and through the gap into center field. Wider's going to come in to score, and it's 1-0 UAPB, double single with 1 out here in the top of the first. So make that 51 RBI for Aaron Grant to lead the squad, getting on base at 43.4%. Here's the first baseman, Lazaro Alvarado, batting .355, 34 runs, 53 hits, 3 doubles, a homer, and 27 RBI. Already 1-0 UAPB, 1 out, top 1. A fly out for Gingrich, and then Wider doubled down the left field line, and Aaron Grant singled up the middle to bring him in. Lefty on lefty matchup here. A 1-0 pitch is a spin and a throw back to first. And I'm not sure you really can look at this UAPB team as a base stealing threat. They've only stolen 49 bases all year on 62 attempts. High fly ball, foul territory, third base side, headed towards the seats, and will make the roof. As the roof hangs almost all the way over all the seats here at Rickwood Field. Only the bottom 5 rows or so are exposed. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count on Alvarado. Pitch inside with a fastball, 2-1. And are we seeing a bit of the command issues that plagued Edwin Sanchez the last time these two teams faced off? Last time Sanchez was on the mound, he only threw 4 innings against Grambling State. That's a line drive left center field. That's going to split the outfielders and head towards the wall. Darrell Lee cuts it off, throws in to keep a run off the board, but it's a second double of the inning for UAPB and a 3rd straight hit, and there's runners on 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. And Edwin Sanchez is not missing a ton of bats right now. Here's the DH, Blake Coleman, a junior batting .312 on the year. 46 runs on 60 hits, 7 doubles, 2 triples, 4 homers, and 43 RBI. First pitch way outside in the opposite batter's box to the right-hand hitter, 1-0. And one of the things that Edwin Sanchez did not do well in that rough start against UAPB the last time is he didn't throw a lot of first pitch strikes and wasn't really finding the strike zone at all. Pitch outside on a fastball, 2-0. Of course, the Wildcats have one of the best offenses in the country, but you don't want to let UAPB get on top here too badly. 1-0 is our score. Second and third, still 1 out in the inning. Pitch, swinging a foul ball straight back to the screen, 2-1. That was a fastball in on the hands of Blake Coleman, the DH, batting from the right-handed batter's box. Coleman, 43 RBI on the season, second on the team behind Aaron Grant, who's currently standing 90 feet away on third base. Lazaro Alvarado on second. Fastball, strike called on the inside corner, 2-2. 3 straight hits after a leadoff flyout for the UAPB. Double, single, double. Runs scored already. Swinging a ground ball right back up the middle. That's going to be stopped by Junior Poyeto, but he's got no play anywhere. They're going to throw to third to try and get the runner from second, Lazaro Alvarado. They don't get him. Aaron Grant scores, and it's 2-0 on an infield single. So 4 straight hits, double, single, and here comes pitching coach Joel Sanchez for Bethune-Cookman, and not the start you want. And also, it's really important not to lose this game, because if you lose this game, not only do you have to then win 5 straight elimination games over the next 4 days, you've got to come back tomorrow and play at noon in a game that's probably not going to get done till after midnight local time. (2-0). Aaron Grant scored from third on that last ground ball up the middle. Junior Poyeto probably saved a run by diving behind the bag to keep it from going into center field, but fly out, double, single, double, single. And runners on the corners, still only 1 out here on the top of the first. A worse start for the Wildcats you almost couldn't imagine. And giving one of the best pitchers in the SWAC in Kenny Fabian a lead right off the rip. Sanchez stands in. First pitch to the lefty hitter is down and away, ball 1 on a breaking ball. This is the left fielder, Nick Hockemeyer. .360 his average. 32 runs, 40 hits, 5 doubles, a homer, and 27 batted in, getting on base at a gaudy 49%, nearly 50%. He's taken 25 walks this year, and he's ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes, as that one gets in the dirt. Edwin Sanchez, all kinds of rattled right now. Is the big stage getting to him? Who knows? The long wait. We are over 2.5 hours past scheduled first pitch time of this game, 6 p.m. Central. It's 8:38. 2-0. Fastball outside, 3-0. My goodness. One of the disadvantages of Rickwood Field is the bullpens are behind the solid outfield wall, so I can't tell if anybody's warming up for the Wildcats, but I think it would behoove the Cats to get somebody going. Fastball right down the middle, belt high, 3-1. Nick Hockemeyer at the plate, runners on the corner, still 1 out in the top of the first, 2 in already for UAPB. 4 straight hits. Pitch, swinging a line drive foul out of play over the netting on the third base side, is working it back to 3-2. Is Edwin Sanchez, already up to 22 pitches. The SWAC pitcher of the year, the lefty from the stretch, the 3-2. Swinging a high fly ball right center field. That's going to be caught by Edwin, not caught by Sergio Rivera. He throws all the way home. The throw is cut off near the mound by the first baseman, Jose Fernandez, and it's an RBI sac fly for Hockemeyer. Lazaro Alvarado comes home, and it's 3-0 UAPB. This has given me throwbacks to 3 years ago. First tournament I ever worked for BCU on the baseball side, where the Wildcats dropped their first game to Southern, then made the improbable run all the way in the losers bracket to the finals. But of course, a long way to go. We're still in the top of the first. 2 outs, runner on second. 3 runs in for UAPB. First pitch down and away, ball 1 to the 7th hitter of the inning, Zion Hamilton. The junior batting 320 runs, 33 hits. 8 doubles, a triple, 4 homers, and 31 RBI. Fastball upstairs by the head of Hamilton. Wildcats have work to do behind the 8 ball, 3-0, 2 outs, top 1. Sanchez deals behind the count. He is a high fly ball deep to left field down the line, tailing foul out of play and onto the top of the batting cages down the left field line. Called the Willie Mays Pavilion, the batting cages down there. Just to the left of the third baseline foul pole. 2 balls, 1 strike pitch upstairs and in. 3 balls, 1 strike. Already 28 pitches here in the first for Edwin Sanchez. 3-1. Ground ball towards short. Diving stop by Almonte. He throws across the diamond on a hop, and Fernandez makes the play over at first to finally retire this side. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 left. UAPB jumps on top early. As we go to the bottom of the first, we'll tell you about Kenny Fabian, who the Wildcats will face next when we come back. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University Baseball on the CatEye Radio Network. Welcome back to Birmingham, Alabama, Rickwood Field. We go to the bottom of the first. Wildcats behind the 8 ball, 3 runs on 4 hits for Arkansas Pine Bluff in the first. So let's see what the Wildcat offense can do. They erupted for 9 runs in the first inning, their last game of the regular season against Grambling State. Darrell Lee leads off, left-hander against the righty Kenny Fabian, who misses with a fastball outside. Kenny Fabian is the leader in the SWAC in innings pitched this season, 81 1/3. He's got a 4.76 ERA, the all-SWAC second teamer. The 1-0 to Lee, who is a left-hand hitter, is a fastball strike inside corner, 1-1. 16 appearances, 14 starts for Fabian, 2 complete games. I mentioned one of them was against BCU. The 1-1 to Darrell Lee. Breaking ball slipped out of his hand outside, 2-1. In his 81 1/3 innings pitch, he's given up 58 runs on 78 hits, 43 earned, striking out 56 and walking 27 as the 2-1. Fastball away and upstairs near the letters, 3-1 on Lee. His opponent batting average is .253, Kenny Fabian. 1 balk, 3 wild pitches. He's hit 18 batters, 3-1. Outside and low ball 4, Darrell Lee takes a leadoff walk. And that's one of the things that Coach Hernandez was talking about pregame. I don't think he said in the interview, but we talked for a while with the microphone off as well. I mean, he said, they got to get on base. This is not a home run park, deep power alleys, deep to the corners, 400 at dead center, no wind at all tonight. Here's Andre Martinez, who we know loves this park. Hit the walk-off home run of the championship game last year right over the 400 sign in center field as the Wildcats claim their first ever SWAC title. First pitch, breaking ball down and away. Andre Martinez took so many walks across the last series, took 5 walks in a game in the first game against Grambling State. He's up to 21 on this season, only 29 strikeouts. They just haven't been, people haven't been pitching to Andre. As a slider in the zone, strike one. 1-1. Andre Martinez, a 323 hitter, made the All-SWAC team once again this year. 52 runs on 61 hits. 14 doubles, a triple, a team-high 14 home runs and 48 RBI. Here's the 1-1. Swing at a pop-up just outside the infield, near down the first base line, and it's going to drop. It's going to drop. It's picked up and thrown to second by the first baseman, Lizardo Alvarado. And Darrell Lee's going to be out at second because he was hovering around first base thinking that was going to be caught. So UAPB gets an out anyway. It was just a little awkward pop-up right down the first base line. And the first baseman, Alvarado, tried to basket catch it over his shoulder and missed it. But thankfully for UAPB, Darrell Lee was not on first, so he got thrown out at second pretty easily. First pitch, fastball, inside corner, strike one. This is Michael Rodriguez, who was in the running for SWAC Player of the Year. Eventually, it went to Wildcat first baseman Jose Fernandez. Michael Rodriguez, a .417 batting average on the year, which is just kind of ridiculous. As the 1-0, swing and a miss, sorry, 0-1, swing and a miss, and a fastball low and in, he's down 0-2. .417 batting average for Michael Rodriguez, 50 runs, 60 hits. 11 doubles, 3 triples, 2 homers, and 39 RBI. Getting on base at 57.4%. He's got Andre Martinez on first and 1 out here, bottom 1, and he goes down on strikes. High fastball inside on the hand, swing and a miss. And there's 2 outs in the inning. Kenny Fabian, now in his second year at UAPB, was all SWAC first team last year with a 3.84 ERA and 61 strikeouts. Was the only UAPB pitcher to make all SWAC, one of 2 UAPB players to make all SWAC, along with freshman of the year Aaron Grant. First pitch to Michael Lucena, the catcher, is down and away. Martinez on first, 2 outs, bottom 1. Wildcats already down 3-0. Breaking ball inside and low. 2-0. Michael Lucena, junior, batting .340, the catcher. Semifinalist for the Buster Posey Award, detailing the best catcher in college baseball. 49 runs on 60 hits. As there's a strike right down the middle, 2-1. Correction, 44 runs on 66 hits. 10 doubles, 46 RBI, second on the team in runs batted in behind Junior Boyeto. And the 2-1. Line drive right to short, fielded on a hop by Grant. He throws to first, and that's the end of the inning. No runs, a hit, and 1 left. And we go to the second inning. UAPB with all the momentum right now. They're up 3-0 over Bethune-Cookman here on the CatEye Radio Network. Back at historic Rickwood Field here in Birmingham, Alabama. It's 3-0 UAPB as we go to the top of the second. Edwin Sanchez really needs a good inning here after giving up 3 runs on 4 hits in the first and throwing 33 pitches. 8-9-1 coming up for UAPB as 7 batters came to the plate in the first for the Golden Lions. Connor Gidley, the shortstop, will lead off for UAPB. Junior batting .318, a right-hand hitter. First pitch, fastball, strike 1. Gidley, 32 runs on 55 hits, 8 doubles, 2 triples, a homer, and 30 batted in. The 0-1. Breaking ball outside. Didn't catch the corner, 1-1. Wildcats went quietly in the first. No runs, 1 hit, a little bloop single, and 1 left. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball down and in. And it's 1-2. Edwin Sanchez, struggling so far tonight as he misses down and in 2-2. But what a year he's had. Leads the conference in ERA at a .269, 11-1, 72 strikeouts, a .200 batting average against on the year, 2-2. Tip back to the screen. Count holds. Sanchez against SWAC opposition is 8-0. Well, he's going to need his offense to pick him up if he wants to continue that. Like they did in his first game against UAPB where they got him 16 runs. First pitch, over towards second and past Almonte. And into shallow left. So Connor Gidley leads off with another single. UAPB's 5th hit in the first 2 innings. 1 on, nobody out for the Golden Lions. Here's the catcher, the 9-hole hitter, Vinny Sawmill. Lowest average in the starting lineup, .284. 13 runs, 23 hits in 81 at-bats for Sawmill. He'll square to bunt, pop it up in foul territory, and nobody can get there. Lucetta slides in, but it hops over his glove, and there's 1 strike. Sawmill, 4 doubles, no other extra base hits, just 15 RBI. And to my remembrance, I'll look up his numbers in a second. Didn't play very well against the Wildcats the first time we saw him, and actually got replaced in the 3rd game of the series behind the plate. Here's the 1-0. Fastball, inside corner, strike called. 0-2 on Sawmill. Sawmill, a senior, and the ball bounces to the plate and gets away from Lucena and goes to the backstop. And that'll be a free base and a wild pitch for Connor Gidley. Takes away the easy double play. So everything going wrong for Bethune-Cookman right now that can go wrong. Down 3-0 with already more traffic on the base paths here in the second. Your SWAC pitcher of the year, Edwin Sanchez, already ballooning up near 40 pitches with no outs in the second. And the top of the order coming up for UAPB, the 1-2 to Sawmill, swinging a slow grounder foul outside of first. Rickwood Field done up in the old classic style they played an MLB game here a couple years ago. I think they're coming back. If not this year, then next year. So all the old style ads painted on the outfield wall. Once again, a 1-2 to Sawmill. Sanchez spinning a throw back to second, and the ball pops off of Poyeto's glove, thankfully right to Almonte, who was backing him up. Connor Gidley, who's over there at second after a single and a wild pitch to lead off the inning. Got a pretty big lead. A better throw from Sanchez might have got him. Once again, now the 1-2, way outside with the slider. Catching is going to be really important in this tournament for everybody because the backstop is maybe the farthest backstop I've ever seen away from home plate. And I think the jack is very far when we play our home games. Fastball off the end of the bat. Fouled away first base side. Count holds 2-2. Sawmill battling here against Edwin Sanchez. Vinny Sawmill, a senior out of Houston, Texas. Once again, a look at a 2-2 from Edwin Sanchez. Popped him up, foul territory. It'll get out of play behind the UAPB dugout on the first base side. And he'll see another 2-2. Played 2 games against BCU in the series up in Ormond Beach. Didn't get a hit and struck out twice in 6 at-bats. 2-2. Down low, ball 3. And now I can see throwing going on over there in the Wildcat bullpen. This is as bad as you can ask for the Wildcats. Your ace on the mound just doesn't have it right now. 3-2. Swinging a slow chopper over Sanchez's head. Poyeto fields in front of the second base bag and throws Sawmell out. Well, Sawmell bailed out Edwin Sanchez there because that ball was down and away in the opposite batter's box. It was going to be ball 4, but he chased it. It moves the runner over to third, pretty much a swinging bunt. So Connor Gidley now 90 feet away with 1 out. Nice play by Jeter Poyeto to charge in and pick that ball up behind Sanchez's back. We're back to the top of the order with Weston Gingrich, who flied out to right his first time up. First pitch to the lefty is a foul straight back. After Gingrich flied out the first, Weeder doubled, Grant singled, Alvarado doubled, and Coleman singled. And Weeder, Grant, and Alvarado all came in to score. And to start the second inning, Connor Gidley singled up the middle, moved to second on a wild pitch, and now advanced to third on the ground out. High fly ball down the left field line. That is going to be caught on the move by Darrell Lee. Impressive catch by D. Lee moving to his left, but that'll get the run in on a sac fly. Connor Gidley comes in, and it is 4-0 UAPB. 2 outs in the inning. Now here is Zach Weeder, who doubled in the gap to left center. His first time up. Zach Wider, a junior from Powder Springs, Georgia, is a right-hand hitter, and his first offering from Sanchez is a breaking ball outside. Slider ball 1. Wider in the series against Bethune-Cookman the first time these two teams played. Fouls it away over the grandstands on the first base side, 1-1. 13 at-bats, scored 5 runs on 5 hits. High pop, left field, straight at Mikey Rodriguez. He puts it away for out number 3. 1 run, 1 hit. So a single and 2 sacrifices plus a wild pitch gets UAPB another run. We go bottom of the second, 4-0. Arkansas Pine Bluff over Bethune-Cookman. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University Baseball on the CatEye Radio Network. Well, we start the bottom of the second inning. The Wildcats down 4-0 against Arkansas Pine Bluff here in Birmingham, Alabama at Rickwood Field, round one of the 2026 SWAC tournament. This is the 1 against the 8. The Wildcats, the regular season champions, but not playing like it right now as they're down 4-0. First pitch. Fastball low and inside to the SWAC Player of the Year. And Jose Fernandez was very excited, and it was kind of unexpected for him to be the SWAC Player of the Year. The 1-0. Slider caught the bottom of the zone, and it's 1-1. Jose Fernandez homered twice off of Kenny Fabian in the Wildcats' 6-4 win over UAPB back in Ormond Beach. High chopper towards third, wider across the diamond, and by half a step gets the sprinting Jose Fernandez. A really nice play all around for UAPB. They are feeling it right now. A lot of energy in the dugout. Wildcats with some slumped shoulders. Here is Eric Almonte, and there was a big question mark about whether Eric was going to even play today. In batting practice before the final game of the regular season, he fouled one off his foot and had some trouble walking. Got pulled after 3 innings of the final game because he was hobbling around out there. Of course, the Wildcats were up big at that time. First pitch outside is the left-hand hitter, switch hitter. Shows to bunt, then pulls it back. Almonte on the year, a senior, batting .316. Strike right at the knees, and it's 1-1. 49 runs on 60 hits for Almonte, 14 doubles, 2 triples, 3 homers, and 44 RBI. 1-1 righty on lefty. Kenny Fabian catches the corner inside right at the belt with a fastball, 1-2. And Kenny Fabian, league leader in innings pitched. An absolute workhorse on the mound, of course, with a 4-run lead right now. That's second. This game could get away from the Wildcats really quickly. There's a ground ball, base hit, seeing eye single. First base side, right past the second baseman, Grants. And for the second time in as many innings, the Wildcats have a 1-out single. Let's see what they can do with it. As here's the second baseman, Gino Poyeto. Poyeto, a sophomore, batting .269, 47 runs, 53 hits, 15 doubles. Second most on the team behind Darrell Lee. 6 homers and a team-high 53 RBI. Darrell Lee was named All-SWAC second team, one of 10 Wildcats to get postseason awards for the regular season of the SWAC. Throw back to first. Eric Almonte stays there. Almonte, 15 steals on 19 attempts this season, although with the injured foot, not sure if he's a threat to go or not. Here's the first pitch to Poyeto. High fly ball right field. Heading back towards the track and making the catch is the right fielder Zion Hamilton. He'll throw in to keep Almonte at first, 2 outs. Here's Chris Watson, one of the 2 who came into the lineup midway through the year. Right at the start of conference play for an injured player, and just took the baton and ran with it. He's batting .347 all the year. That average has come down significantly. He was batting up near .400 for most of the season. 38 runs on 35 hits for Watson. 3 doubles, a triple, 4 homers, and 21 RBI. First pitch, a wicked slider into the zone for strike 1 from Kenny Fabian. He is got all the confidence in the world right now, the senior from Oklahoma. Fabian from Choctaw, Oklahoma, out of Choctaw High School. And spent 2 seasons at the junior college level. Watson, ground ball over to first, taking it himself after sliding to stop it is the first baseman, Alvarado, and that's the end of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for the second inning in a row. We go to the third, still 4-0 UAPB here on the CatEye Radio Network. We go to the top of the third here in Birmingham, Alabama. Bethune-Cookman up against the wall, down 4-0. Edwin Sanchez has labored 52 pitches in the first 2 innings, 4 runs, 5 hits. No strikeouts, no walks, not missing a ton of bats. And we're already through the second time through the lineup. Aaron Grant, the SWAC Freshman of the Year, had a single and a run scored back in the first. High pop, right side, down the line. Jeter Poyeto in foul territory from his second base spot, calls off Fernandez and makes the catch, 1 out. The Wildcats need quick innings on the defensive side. As here's Lizardo Alvarado, doubled to left center his first time up, came around to score the third of 3 runs in the first for UAPB. They would add 1 on a sac fly in the second. First pitch, fastball outside, ball 1 to the left-handed hitting Alvarado. Alvarado also made a nice defensive play at first in the last half inning. 3 unassisted on a sliding stop to end that frame. Fastball low and away, 2-0. Alvarado, a junior, batting .335, the lefty. And he's ahead of the count, 3 balls, no strikes. That one a fastball way outside and yanked by Edwin Sanchez. He is not in the right headspace right now, Sanchez. Ball 4, 4-pitch walk to Alvarado. First walk given up by Sanchez today. He almost gave one up to Sawmill in the last inning, but Sawmill bailed him out by swinging at a pitch that was way out of the zone and ended up grounding out. Here's Blake Coleman, had the last of the 4 hits back in the first with a single up the middle and an RBI. Got stranded out there on first. First pitch, breaking ball right at the knees. For strike 1, Blake Coleman, the designated hitter. Out of Austin, Texas, Blake Coleman. The 0-1. Line drive, base hit, right through the gap between first and second. And there's 2 on with 1 out. A walk and a single. As I said, Edwin Sanchez not missing a lot of bats right now. First pitch, breaking ball, inside corner, strike 1 to Nick Hockemeyer. 2 on, 1 out here in the third for UAPB. They're already up 1-0. Edwin Sanchez led the SWAC as a slider away to the left-hand hitter, 1-1. Led the SWAC in ERA at 252. Led the SWAC in opposing batting average at an even 200. Third in strikeouts at 81. 1-1 pitch. Popped out of play, third base side. This is Nick Hockemeyer at the plate. Had a sac fly RBI back in the first. Led the SWAC in wins, of course, with 11. Tied the BCU record for that. Second of the conference in runs allowed in the regular season at just 25. The 1-2. Breaking ball, ground ball right up the middle, right at Jeter Poyeto. Flips to second for 1. Almonte on the first, and it's a double play, and the Wildcats get out of the frame. Nice play by the middle infield. The Wildcats turn 2, and no runs on a hit and 2 left for UAPB. We go to the bottom of the third. The Wildcats looking for any kind of offense. They haven't had a runner past first all evening yet. You're on the CatEye Radio Network. 4-0 UAPB. We go to the bottom of the third here in Birmingham, game one of the 2026 SWAC tournament. Sergio Rivera leads off, 9-hole hitter, fastball strike down and away to the right-hand hitter. Rivera batting .253, missed the middle part of the season because of injury and is now back in center field the last 3 weeks. 42 runs on 37 hits, 2 doubles, 3 homers, and 24 RBI. Ground ball, foul outside of third, and he's down 0-2 against Kenny Fabian. Kenny Fabian leads the SWAC this year in innings pitched, top 10 also in opposing batting average. He was 6th, 9th in ERA at .494. 9th in strikeouts at 58. And he's ahead 0-2 on Sergio Rivera, who last year dominated in this tournament. Was all-tournament team at the end of the season. End of the tournament last year after helping lead the Wildcats to a win, and he's going to have to try and start something here in the bottom of the third. The Wildcats down 4-0 to the Golden Lions of UAPB. That pitch was outside. Sergio Rivera now in a 1-2 count. Righty on righty, Fabian deals. Ground ball up the middle, slow roller. Grant fields just to the left of second base and fires across for out number 1. And we're back to the top of the order now with Darrell Lee. The Wildcats just 2 hits so far, and nobody's gotten past first. Hombre Martinez, a little bloop single in the first, and Eric Almonte, a seeing eye single in the second. Both with 1 out, and both have been immediately followed by 2 straight outs. So top of the order, D. Lee, the first pitch to him is right down the middle. Oh my goodness, it was called a ball. The home plate umpire today is Jairo Martinez, and yes, I am very far back away from the plate, but that looked right down Broadway to me, but it's a 1-ball, no strike count. Fabian into his windup, here's the pitch. Challenges Lee on the inside corner, gets a called strike, and see, that one to me looked like a ball, so who knows. The other umpires this evening, Knox Reyes at first, Arthur Thigpen at second, Kevin Bradley at third. Fabian's 1-1, he works quickly. Check swing by Lee, takes a ball down and in near his shoe tops. And it's 2-1. This is the last game on day 1 here at the SWAC tournament. It's been a pretty exciting day 1. The 2-ball, 1-strike pitch. Lee, a line drive to right field. That is going to drop in front of Hamilton and be a 1-out single. Lee sat on the breaking ball, put his barrel on it. And that's the hardest hit ball for the Wildcats so far today. So for the 3rd straight inning, the Wildcats have a 1-out single to right. Here is Andre Martinez, who hit that single back in the first. It was a little blooper down the line. Andre Martinez, 14 home runs on the year. First pitch to him, fastball right down the middle. Strike 1. Is second in the SWAC in homers behind Trey Callaway of Alabama State. He has 15. Popped up, center field, shallow. Grant going out from second. He'll make the catch. And there's 2 away. Well, history repeats and repeats and repeats. Michael Rodriguez struck out swinging his first time up. He swung and missed it 3 straight, including a fastball up and in by his neck to strike out. 2 outs, and Darrell Lee aboard on first after a 1-out single. And if Michael Rodriguez gets out here, the history books will repeat again for the 3rd straight inning for the Wildcats. High fly ball, foul, right field, over the bleachers and out of play. Rodriguez swinging aggressively on the first pitch he saw. It was an inside changeup. He was out ahead of it. But Rodriguez, what a story. .417. His batting average on the year after he didn't think he was going to play that much this year. Came into the year as potentially the 3rd option in right field. And after Armani Newton, who started the year out there, got hurt, they tried the freshman Ruben Zawani for a little bit out and right. And then Michael Rodriguez got a shot and absolutely ran with it all the way to an all-conference nod. Ground ball hit right to short. The flip to second to get Andre Martinez, and that's the end of the inning. So 3 straight innings of a 1-out single for the Wildcats, followed by 2 soft outs. And we go to the 4th with the Wildcats trailing Arkansas Pine Bluff 4-0 here in the opening round of the 2026 SWAC tournament on the CatEye Radio Network. We go to the 4th inning here at Rickwood Field, Birmingham, Alabama. It's all UAPB right now over Bethune-Cookman 4-0 as we play here in the top of the 4th. Edwin Sanchez has already given up 4 runs on 6 hits. Swing and a miss. First pitch up and in fastball on Zion Hamilton, who grounded out his first time up. That one slipped out of his hands to the right-hand hitter outside 1-1. He's already given up as many hits, Edwin Sanchez, as he did in the entirety of his start against UAPB in the regular season. Fastball inside, swing and a miss, strike 2 on Hamilton. In that game, he went 4 2/3, 6 runs, 7 hits, but he walked 6. He's only walked 1 so far. Those strikeouts for the Wildcat leader in Ks. 1-2. Ground ball, fair ball. Over the first base bag and all the way down into the corner. It bounces off the 332 sign, and rounding second and headed for third is Zion Hamilton. He's in there with a triple. Only the second triple of the season for Zion Hamilton, and the punishment continues for BCU. That one was very close, but right over the bag at first. The first base umpire, Knox Reyes, was right on it. And it looks for all the world like UAPB is going to continue the onslaught here. Runner on third, nobody out in the 4th. 7th hit already for Pine Bluff. The most hits that Edwin Sanchez has given up all season was in his only loss. It was a non-conference game where he gave up 5 runs on 8 hits to Florida Gulf Coast in an inning and 2/3. That was all the way back on the 7th of March. Has not lost a game since the 7th of March. 8-0 in conference play. Sanchez, 1-0. High pop, foul out of play. The batter is Connor Gidley. No outs, top 4. A leadoff triple by Zion Hamilton as UAPB in striking distance once again, as they already lead the Wildcats 4-0. Connor Gidley, his first time up, singled up the middle, and then came around to score on a wild pitch and 2 sacrifices. There's a swing and a miss, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And I would expect the Wildcats to turn to the bullpen here no matter what happens in this inning. Fastball outside 2-2 as the infield creeps in for the Cats to try and cut off a play at the plate. Everybody on the infield with their toes on the grass. And this beautifully manicured and kept up National Historic Field here at Rickwood in Birmingham. The 2-2. Fastball in on the hands, foul straight back, count holds. And the Wildcats can overcome 4 runs, but on offense, they've done about nothing as well. Just 3 hits, 1 in each inning. Their innings on offense have looked identical. 2-2. And that's blistered right back up the middle. RBI single for Connor Gidley, and it's 5-0 UAPB. And I would expect that that's the end for Edwin Sanchez. Well, what a time to have your worst start of the season, and I'm going to declare that this is definitely the worst start of the season for Edwin Sanchez. First round of the SWAC tournament, and he goes 3 innings. Gives up 5 runs on 8 hits, excuse me. Doesn't strike out anybody, walks 1, and that's the end for Edwin Sanchez. The Wildcats will go to the bullpen. Earlier today, in the other side of the bracket, Florida A&M beat Texas Southern in a topsy-turvy game, 8-6. Texas Southern took the lead with a 5-run 7th, take the lead 6-4. Florida A&M came back with 4 to win that game, 8-6. Alabama State was a no-nonsense 10-0 victory over Grambling State. In the second game, the winner of this game will play Grambling State tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central. Of course, that's the plan time. And then and then in the game before us, the reason why the game went so long, or this game has started so late rather, was a 10-inning affair between Southern and Jackson State, a low-scoring game, where Southern was down 3-2 in the 10th and came back to win 4-3. Andres Barroso is going to be the pitcher for Bethune-Cookman. Andres Barroso, the junior from Key West, and the transfer from Indian River State College. On this season, a 7.61 ERA, 2-3, 15 appearances, no starts. 23 2/3 innings pitched for Barroso. He's allowed 22 runs on 27 hits, 20 earned. Striking out 15 and walking 13. He's allowed 6 doubles, 2 homers, with a batting average against of .307. He's also hit 8 batters and thrown 2 wild pitches. Now the Wildcats in a really, really bad spot. Down 5-0, and UAPB has chased the SWAC pitcher of the year in the 4th inning with no outs. And Zion Hamilton led off with a triple, then Connor Gidley singled him home up the middle. And that's the end for Edwin Sanchez. Sanchez's final line, not 100% official yet because he's still responsible for Gidley on first. Looks like this. 3 innings, 73 pitches, 5 runs, 8 hits, all earned, 1 walk, no strikeouts. And here is Vinny Sawmell, the switch-hitting catcher, now batting from the left-hand side of the plate with the right hand Barroso on the mound. Swing and a hit and run. Tapper back to the left-hand side of the mound. Barroso fields and fires, and the stretch by Fernandez is there. 1 away in the inning. Connor Gidley moves to second on what was essentially a swinging bunt from Sawmell. Back to the top of the order. Already the 3rd time through the order for UAPB here in the top of the 4th with 1 out and a runner on second. 5-0 Pine Bluff over Bethune-Cookman. Weston Gingrich is 0 for 2 flyouts. Did pick up an RBI and a sac fly back at the 2nd. First pitch to him. He squares to bunt, foul, third base side. This is smart by UAPB. Just trying to manufacture as many runs as you can. Because Bethune-Cookman, it is statistically likely that the bats will wake up at some point. Bethune-Cookman, top 10 in the country in runs per game. 8.67 runs per game. That's 9th in all of Division I baseball. Here's the 1-0. Fastball outside. Check swing. No swing, says the third base umpire, Kevin Bradley. 1-1. Wildcats come into the game with a SWAC best 5.08 ERA as a squad. 1-1 from Barroso. Pop foul out of play right behind the plate. 1-2. Andres Barroso, a former Key West conch out of Key West High School. First 2 college seasons at Indian River State. Inside with a breaking ball, a slider, 2-2. No take from Weston Gingrich. 1 out, the top 4. 5-0 UAPB. Connor Gidley on second after he singled in Zion Hamilton, who led off the inning with a triple to right field down the line in the dirt. 3-2 now. Andres Barroso has already taken over for Edwin Sanchez on the hill. And what did we say was the weakness of this Bethune-Cookman squad coming into the tournament? It was the bullpen. And we're already going to see him be tested here today. Full count delivery, righty on lefty. Challenged him, and it's a line drive that's caught on a dive, and the throw back to second for the double play. Jeter Poyeto, what an absolute beautiful play. That's the end of the inning. Oh, Jeter Poyeto, like his namesake, full dive, glove side, right on the grass from his second base position, and then he throws to second to double off Gidley, who thought that was in the gap. Well, 1 run on 2 hits, nobody left on. Some defensive heroics from Jeter Poyeto. Maybe that'll fire up the Wildcat offense. They trail Arkansas Pine Bluff 5-0 as we go to the bottom of the 4th here on the CatEye Radio Network. Well, some defensive heroics by Jeter Poyeto with one of the plays of the year to get the Wildcats off the field defensively, but they're still down 5-0 as we go to the 4th. All 3 of the previous Wildcat innings offensively looked exactly like this. 1 out, single to right field, then 2 soft outs right after that, and they do nothing with it. Michael Lucena leads off, high fly ball down the right field line, tailing into foul territory and out of play out of the concourse. That separates the first and second series of seats here at Rickwood Field. Really light crowd that stuck around to watch this last game of the day. Already 9:30 Central Time. This game was supposed to be a first pitch at around 6 o'clock. The 0-1 to Lucena. Ground ball slowly hit right at the first baseman. Alvarado steps on the bag, 1 out. Second put out for Alvarado over there at first. Chris Watson, his first time up, also grounded out to the first baseman. Here is Jose Fernandez, SWAC Player of the Year. I never got to his numbers his first time, so here goes. He's a .353 hitter on the year, 156 at-bats, 34 runs, 55 hits, 12 doubles, 11 homers, second on the team behind Andre Martinez in that category, and 51 RBI. First pitch slider away outside to the right-hand hitter, 0-1. He's 0 for 1, grounded out to third his first time up. That led off the second inning. Bethune-Cookman down 5-0, bottom 4. That one a slider ball, low and away, 2-0. Facing one of the best arms in the SWAC, all SWAC 2 years in a row, Kenny Fabian. And they have only managed a measly 3 hits and 3 base runners off of him. Fernandez swings at a fastball low and away, fouls it straight back. And it's 2 balls and a strike. I mean, despite finishing as the 8th seed, and I'll get into how close the race for all the positions was here in a minute, UAPB is the 5th best batting average of the conference at 300, even the 4th best ERA at 6.24. 2-1 to Fernandez, swinging a golfer foul. A million miles in the air, but a million miles in the wrong direction on the third base side. Heads up parking lot. The UAPB scored the 2nd most runs in the conference, 424, and had the 2nd most hits. As here's the 2-2. Ground ball towards the second baseman, picked by Grant with his glove side, and he throws to first for out number 2. Well, the streak is broken. No one-out single for the Wildcats this time, just a ground out to second base. As I said, UAPB scored the 2nd most runs in the conference, 424, had the 2nd most hits behind Bethune-Cookman. They had 560 hits. BCU scored 527 runs and had 592 hits. They also have the 2nd fewest strikeouts batting as a team, UAPB, 322 on the year, only behind Texas Southern's 302. 2 outs. Here's Eric Almonte, single to right his first time up, a little ground ball, seeing eye single between first and second. First pitch, fastball strike at the knees. Eric Almonte, I will say, looks a lot better today than he did on Saturday when he was dealing with that foot injury after a foul ball off his foot in batting practice. But he swings way ahead of a changeup, down low, and he's down 0-2. And this could be a really quick inning for Kenny Fabian, who's only at 47 pitches right now. Through 3 2/3, he is cruising. The 0-2 outside, fastball, 1-2. The importance of getting to the bullpen was not lost on Coach Hernandez in my pregame conversation with him. The 1-2 pitch. Ground ball right at short, or right at second, rather. Grant throws over, and 1-2-3 go the Cats in the 4th. As we go to the 5th inning of play here. This could be a quick night here at Rick Wood Field. The Wildcats down 5-0 against UAPB here as we go to the 5th here on the CatEye Radio Network. Zach Wider leads off for UAPB. We go to the 5th inning. Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions away on top of the number 1 seed Bethune-Cookman Wildcats, 5-0. The Wildcats only have 3 hits and 3 base runners so far. Meanwhile, UAPB has found the bat with the ball, or the ball with the bat, I should say. 5 runs on 8 hits. Now their team is committed an error. Andres Barroso is on the mound, and behind 2 balls, no strikes, has 2 pitches outside to the lefty Wider. Wider in the first had the first of 4 hits back-to-back with a double down the left field line, came in to score. Three balls, no strikes as Barroso misses outside. Edwin Sanchez only went 3 innings, gave up 5 runs on 8 hits. Barroso catches the outside corner. I'm not sure, but I thought I saw something out beyond the right field wall that looked like a flash of light. I know there is rain in the area, and it was expected to rain all evening and all night overnight, as that's a 5-pitch walk to Wider. He's on for the second time, leadoff walk here in the 5th. As Barroso, all 4 of his pitches were down and away to the lefty. 1 caught the zone. Sorry, 5 of his pitches were down and away. 1 caught the zone, 4 did not. And here is the SWAC Freshman of the Year, Aaron Grant. First pitch to him, swing and a miss, slider. And it's 0-1. Aaron Grant, wearing number 42 on his back, a freshman from Savannah, Texas. Not Savannah, Georgia, Savannah, Texas. Facing Barroso. This is a righty-on-righty matchup. The 0-1, a line drive to center field. That's tailing left and will drop in front of Rivera, who fires in to keep Zach Weeder at second. But it is a single for Grant, his second single of the ball game. He sandwiches those around to pop out to second in the 3rd. And once again, UAPB is in business. 2 on, nobody out. First and second for UAPB. And this is starting to look more like the Wildcats' last midweek game of the season, where they lost 15-2 against Stetson. They have just not shown up here on a hot, sticky, humid night in Birmingham. Down 5-0 and probably more. Swinging a bunt. That's a foul ball. In the left-handed batter's box, the batter is the first baseman, Lizardo Alvarado. RBI double to the left center field gap in the 1st, then walked in the 3rd. And he's down 0-1 after that foul ball bunt. Stetson scored 6 of 15 runs on 13 hits against the Wildcats. And the Wildcats gave up 14 free passes in the game, 7 walks, 7 hit by pitches. They're not really trending that way in this game. They just can't miss a bat. No strikeouts yet for UAPB. The pitch inside on an 0-1, and it's 1-1 on Alvarado. Lizardo Alvarado, the junior out of, funnily enough, Alvarado, Texas. Righty on lefty, Barroso deals. He squares to bunt, puts it down third base side. Barroso off the mound, his only plays to first. He'll make it for out number 1, but the runners move up. Weeder to third, Grant to second. And now second and third with 1 out. UAPB threatening again. Blake Coleman, 2 for 2, 2 singles. Ground ball slowly hit to short. Almonte looks the runner back at third and then throws him out. That's best case scenario there for Bethune-Cookman. That was hit right at Eric Almonte. The infield was all playing with their toes on the grass, and the Wildcats are going to make a pitching change as here comes, oh no, Coach Hernandez walked out to the third base line, then is going to backpedal back into the dugout, and he's going to let Andres Barroso try and get out of this jam. 2 outs, runners on second and third. Here's Nick Hockemeyer. He's 0 for 2. He did have a sac fly RBI in the first and grounded into an inning-ending double play in the third. Now with 2 outs, the infield moves back to standard depth. First pitch, fastball at the letters upstairs, ball 1. The real rub for the loser of this game, and if the Wildcat offense doesn't get going, it's going to be them. 1-0, outside 2-0, is you're going to have to come back tomorrow at noon and play an elimination game against Grambling State, and then to get to the finals, or to win the tournament, however, you would have to win 5 straight elimination games, including playing a doubleheader on Saturday. Fastball strike outside corner, 2 balls, 1 strike on Nick Hockemeyer. Sorry, it would be a. They wouldn't have to play a doubleheader. The only doubleheader would come if you had to lose in the upper bracket game on Friday. Barroso's battle back to a 2-2 count on Hockemeyer, and it's fouled away. Third base side out of play. Runners on second and third for UAPB. A base hit would really blow this game open. It's already 5-0. 2 outs, top 5. And the Wildcats get a great escape for the second straight inning. Here's the 2-2. Outside, 3-2, missed badly in the opposite batter's box. Andres Barroso only has 2 more Ks than walks this season. About 500 on that average. And he's got a big one here, 3-2. Here's the payoff to Hockemeyer. He challenged him with an inside fastball, and Hockemeyer fouls it away. We'll do another 3-2. I think he needs to continue to challenge him. I don't want to see anything on the outside corner, because he's missed the outside corner badly as Barroso. Here's the 3-2 once again. He does go outside, and it's ball 4. And the bases are loaded. And now I'd expect to see Coach Hernandez come and make a change, with Barroso having thrown 26 pitches in relief. Second walk of the inning allowed by Barroso. So now on the season, he's thrown as many walks as strikeouts. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here's Zion Hamilton, who tripled down the first base line all the way into the corner. First pitch almost hit him on the inside corner of the right-hand hitter, 1-0. He came in to score. That was the 5th of the 5 UAPB runs back in the 4th. Game teetering on a knife edge here. Popped up and straight back behind the plate. Now to play, 1-1. Wider on third, Grant on second, Hockemeyer on first. Here in the 5th, it's already 5-0 UAPB. A 1-1 from Barroso. Fastball up and away, tip back to the screen. 1-2. Now on the season, with the 2 walks in the inning, Barroso is 15 strikeouts, 15 walks. Bases full of Golden Lions here in the 5th. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a chopper foul right at home plate. Bounced off the top of the plate and rolled back to Michael Lucena. Someone from the Wildcat dugout, I believe it's Frank Perez, runs some new baseballs out to home plate umpire Jairo Martinez. One gets thrown over to Andres Barroso, and the side armor from Key West will deliver another 1-2. Ground ball slowly hit down the first base line. That's going to be fielded by Fernandez. He'll take it himself to the bag, and that's the end of the inning. Well, the Wildcats get out of another jam. No runs, 1 hit, and the base is left loaded. We go to the bottom of the 5th, and it's getting to be do or die time for the Wildcats as they trail 5-0 here on the CatEye Radio Network. Jeter Poyeto will lead off for Bethune-Cookman as we go to the bottom of the 5th. The Wildcats just 3 hits in the game. They trail UAPB 5-0. Jeter Poyeto 0 for 1, fly out to right. His first time up. Kenny Fabian, first pitch inside, hit him. Right on the belt. Well, Kenny Fabian, I mentioned earlier, can be a little bit wild up there in the top 5 in the SWAC in hit by pitches. His 19th hit by pitch of the year, leadoff man aboard for Bethune-Cookman for only the 2nd time today. Darrell Lee led off the first with a walk and immediately got caught in a fielder's choice. The first 3 innings for the Wildcats went the exact same way. 1 out single and then 2 soft outs. And then in the 4th, the Wildcats went 1, 2, 3 on a pop-up. Well, it was around 3 ground outs to the infield. 1 on, nobody out. Here is Chris Watson, first pitch to him. Slider inside corner, strike 1 to the righty. Watson 0 for 1, grounded out to the first baseman unassisted. His first time up back in the 2nd. There is weather all around the Birmingham area, but in a little bit of a bubble we are right now with the rain. Fastball right in there, strike 2. Watson doesn't offer at it. He's down 0-2. There is lightning in the area, but it's not close enough to trigger a weather warning. I'll keep you updated, of course, as we get information as we go along tonight. The 0-2 to Watson. Swinging a line drive down the left field line. That's going to drop into fair territory. Watson's going to hang up at first, but Jeter Poyeto is going to make it all the way to 3rd. It wasn't quite a line drive. It was more blooper than liner, but it landed inside the line by about a foot. And the Wildcats, for the first time all night, have something going. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. Here's Sergio Rivera, grounded out his first time up to the first base side. If you're watching on the booth cam via the CatEye Network on YouTube and notice that the screen was flipped around in between innings, I apologize. I realized that I had the camera backwards, so I had to flip it around so everything's the right orientation. First pitch to Sergio Rivera. Swing a high fly ball left field down the line. It is a foul ball. He got all of that one, Serge, just the wrong direction. He did have one of his few home runs this season against UAPB, although it wasn't against Fabian. It was in the first game of the series. Only 3 home runs this year for Sergio. He's behind 0-1 now to Fabian. Runners on the corners with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. Wildcats trying to get something going. Fastball outside. 1-1. I don't have the benefit of velocity anywhere. There's no video board here at Wickwood, just a little tiny display that just shows ball, strikes, outs, inning, and score. That's all the way down the right field line. A 1-1. There's a spin to throw back to first. Watson scrambles in. And then down the left field line, there's a manual scoreboard, kind of like the one they have at Jackie Robinson, showing just runs, no hits, no errors, and no out-of-town scoreboard or anything like that. The 1-1 to Rivera. He bunts it. They're going to try and squeeze Lee home, and they will. The throw to first. Safe. What a squeeze by Sergio Rivera. The Wildcats are on the board. Fabian came off the mound, realized he had no play at home, threw to first, and his throw was wide and pulled Alvarado off the bag. The Wildcats are on the board here in the 5th. It's 5-1 UAPB. Wildcats getting aggressive, and now here comes a coach out for UAPB to talk to Kenny Fabian. There's some standing going on the UAPB pen. I can't see any throwing going on right now, and I can't imagine they're going to take Fabian out here unless they're really trying to conserve him to maybe pitch again later in the week. So the Wildcats, with nobody out here in the 5th, finally have some life. Jeter Poyeto got hit by a pitch. I think I incorrectly said Darrell Lee came in. It was Junior Poyeto. Poyeto got hit by a pitch. Chris Watson singled on a fly ball down the left field line. That moved Poyeto to third. And the squeeze bunt single by Sergio Rivera got Poyeto in, and the Wildcats are on the board. And you got to make it hurt. You got to make it count. You got to keep the inning going. First and second, nobody out. Top of the order, here's Darrell Lee. He's been on base twice. The only Wildcat to reach base twice. Walked in the first, was caught in the fielder's choice, and then singled to left in the third, was caught in another fielder's choice. First pitch to him. Down low, ball one. Kenny Fabian now 57 pitches. And so I'm guessing the strategy from UAPB's coaching staff, head coach Logan Stout, pitching coach Brad Powell, as the 1-0 to lead. Swinging a pop-up into left field. Down the line goes Hockemeyer. He'll stand under it, fall over in foul territory, make the catch. The runners will advance to second and third. So Darrell Lee flies out, but it's almost like a sack bunt. That was a great catch by Hockemeyer. He overran it all the way in foul territory in the left field corner. Then reached his glove back, caught the ball, fell over, and because he fell over, both runners tagged and advanced. Chris Watson goes to third. Sergio Rivera goes to second. Here's Andre Martinez, who's 1 for 2, a little bloop single back in the first. High fly ball, left field down the line. That is back, track, wall, foul ball. Oh no, oh no, Andre Martinez and the Wildcats can't believe it. Andre Martinez looked like he'd crushed home run number 15, and it's just foul, and the umpires are going to get together to talk about it. I'm not sure if that's something you can review. Oh, no. First pitch swinging for Andre. He got absolutely all of that, and that would have made it a 5-4 ball game, and it would have been game on. Oh, boy. How big will that turn out to be tonight? My goodness. And they are going to go to the monitor. So the play is under review. I'm not sure if the Wildcats challenged it. I don't have a screen here, so I'm going to try and peer at the replay review booth, which is to my right, to see what they can see. I'm not sure if you'll have a good enough angle at this to overturn it. So it was over the fence from Andre Martinez. Would have been a 3-run home run to make it 5-4. And the umpires said it was a foul ball. I'm looking at the replay review booth now. I don't think you can even see the ball on the camera. The camera didn't track the ball very well off the bat. Of course, there's so much light pollution with the floodlights here. The floodlights are not the actual floodlights, the historic ones that the stadium uses. They've trucked in some modern floodlights that are placed all the way around the stadium, and those are the ones that are on, and doing a very good job, of course, of lighting the field, but the color on the broadcast is kind of washed out, so I'm not even sure you can see the ball. So we will see. I don't think this is going to be overturned. I think this will be a foul ball. We're going to get, it was a very quick review. So the Wildcats challenged it. They lose a challenge. And Andre Martinez, now in an 0-1 count, going to have to get back in the box and face Kenny Fabian. Oh, boy, did UAPB get away with one there. But it's still second and third, 1 out. Andre Martinez with a chance to do some damage here. The 1-0-1. Swinging a high fly ball. Left field and deep. Back towards the bullpen. And it's gone! Adios, amigos! Andre Martinez made no doubt about that one. Into the bullpen to the left of the scoreboard, and the Wildcats trail 5-4. It's a 1-run game here in the 5th. Henry, Andre Martinez. He hit 2 home runs in this at-bat. Pity only one of them counted. My goodness. The Wildcats from out of absolutely nowhere are now down 5-4. 2 straight pitches that Andre Martinez absolutely sent to the moon. And now here's Michael Rodriguez, 0 for 1 with a fielder's choice. First pitch to him, the lefty watches it outside, ball 1. So on the 15th home run for Andre Martinez this season, Chris Watson scores from third. Sergio Rivera comes home from second. Martinez comes all the way around. And it is a 5-4 ball game. UAPB still on top here in the 5th. Michael Rodriguez, slider inside corner, swinging a miss, strike 1. I would not be surprised if Kenny Fabian tries to run the fastball up and in on Rodriguez. That's how he got him swinging back in the 1st for his only strikeout so far. Fouled away third base side. It was outside corner on a changeup for Fabian. Now, if this is going to be a bullpen game, all bets are off. And the Wildcats would love to chase Kenny Fabian here. Still just 1 out here in the 5th. 4 already in for the Cats. Pitch to Rodriguez. Off the end of the bat, base hit to left field. Michael Rodriguez took a belt-high fastball the other way, and the rally continues for Bethune-Cookman. Still 1 out. Here's Michael Lucena at the plate. Lucena for 2 groundouts, 1 to first, 1 to second. Well, the Wildcats were down 5-0. They're now down 5-4 in the blink of an eye here in the 5th inning. The bats finally woke up. The Wildcats do a lot with big innings, especially down the stretch here of the season. First pitch to Lucena. Rodriguez goes at the high fly ball to right field. Rodriguez is going to have to retreat back to first. The catch made by Hamilton. He's going to fire back to first, but Rodriguez is there, and the ball gets away. The ball rolls back to the catcher who was covering. Rodriguez tries to get to second. The throw is not in time, and so Michael Rodriguez gets to second anyway. What a weird play. Michael Lucena is now 0 for 3, flies out to right. There's 2 outs in the inning, but Michael Rodriguez is going to go to second. I will see what they call. There probably is going to be an error somewhere on the play. I'll wait for the official scoring. Here's Jose Fernandez now. 0 for 2, 2 groundouts, 1 to third, 1 to second. So they did give an error on the first baseman, Alvarado. And Coach Derek Cartaya is going to call timeout and talk to Jose Fernandez. A base hit for Fernandez might tie this game with the speedy Michael Rodriguez on second base. Well, what an inning for the Cats. I'll break it down for you. Jeter Poyeto, first pitch of the inning, got hit on the belt. He advanced to first base. Then Chris Watson, a high fly ball, but it ended up being a single down the first base line as Hamilton couldn't track it down. Advanced Poyeto to third. The Wildcats scratched across a run as Sergio Rivera, with the squeeze play, got Poyeto home for the first run for the Wildcats. It crossed up the pitcher Kenny Fabian, and Rivera ended up being safe. Then Darrell Lee flied out to left. To be fair, it was a great catch in foul territory by Hockemeyer, but it ended up almost being like a sacrifice bunt for Lee as the runners moved to second and third. Then Andre Martinez, on the first pitch he saw, sent one to the moon down the left field line, but it was judged to have been foul, and after a review, remained foul. Then the next pitch, he sent to the moon again, this time over the bullpen in left field, nowhere near the foul line. That brought 3 runs in, and it's UAPB 5, Bethune-Cookman 4. First pitch to Fernandez. Down and away on a breaking ball, ball 1. Then Michael Rodriguez continued the rally with a single to left. Michael Lucena flied out to right, but an error on a throw back into the infield allowed Rodriguez to advance the scoring position. He is currently on second base. The 1-ball, no-strike pitch to Fernandez. Yanked by Fabian outside and low, 2-0. SWAC Player of the Year, newly minted Jose Fernandez. Can he back up his regular season performance with a SWAC tournament performance. He's 0 for 2 so far with 2 groundouts. He's ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, ball gets away from the catcher, but a great job by Vinny Sawmill to recover it. It didn't get all the way back to the backstop, just rolled behind him out on the dirt. And it's 3 balls and no strikes. Michael Rodriguez stays where he is. Massive moments here. Fernandez up 3-0 in the count. A single in the gap somewhere would tie the game for the Wildcats. There is now a UAPB Golden Lion throwing in the bullpen. The 3-0. Down and away, ball 4. So Fernandez reaches for the first time tonight on a walk. First and second, and here is Eric Almonte, who is 1 for 2, seeing a single first base side of the second, then a ground out to second base to end the 4th. Plays at any base here, 2 outs. The Wildcats would need a single to keep things going. Eric Almonte up in a massive spot here. 44 RBI in the regular season. Can he tie the game here? Michael Rodriguez, the tying run, leading off of second base. Jose Fernandez at first. First pitch, ready on lefty. Check, swing, strike anyway. Right at the knees. 0-1 on Almonte. Kenny Fabian up to 70 pitches now. Through 110 in a complete game against the Wildcats down in Daytona Beach earlier this year. The 0-1 from the righty. Down and in, ball 1. Well, just like that, this game went from it looked like the Wildcats were going to sleepwalk their way to the lower bracket. They have flipped the switch and got it right back in it offensively. But can they finish the job and tie it up? The 1-1 strike pitch. Almonte, the ball gets behind him. As the ball was thrown behind Almonte, the runners will advance to second and third on the wild one. Rodriguez to third, Fernandez to second. And now, something on the outfield could give the Wildcats the lead, although it'd have to be pretty deep because Jose Fernandez is not the quickest cat in the world, but Michael Rodriguez, now 90 feet away, represents the tying run. And the temperature of this game went up a few degrees. Not to say the temperature on the field isn't already boiling at 82 and very humid with no wind. The 2-1 strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Almonte got a middle changeup and was out ahead of it. Now Fabian a strike away from getting out of the jam and keeping the Golden Lions ahead by 4. Grant, the second baseman, is playing 3 feet on the outfield grass, playing the pole from Almonte. The 2-2. Ground ball right to the shortstop. Long throw across, and that's the end of the inning. 4 runs, 4 hits, 2 left. The Wildcats are right back in this game. As we go to the 6th, they trail 5-4 against UAPB. Wildcats will likely change pitchers here on the CatEye Radio Network. Well, the Wildcats are alive here at Rickwood Field in Birmingham. They score 4 runs in the 5th. They now trail by just 1, 5-4 against the Arkansas Pine Bluff Golden Lions here on a late night after 10 p.m. in Birmingham, Alabama. New pitcher for the Wildcats. They send out potentially the best arm they've got left, Giancarlo Zambrano. One of the many 18 seniors on this squad. First pitch, curveball inside, fouled, straight back. Connor Gidley's 2 for 2, 2 singles up the middle and a run scored. On the year, J.C. Zambrano is 1-0, 10 appearances, 2 saves, 19 and a third innings pitched. Breaking ball outside, 1-1. That was close. He's allowed 8 runs on 17 hits, 6 earned, striking out 22 and walking 9, Zambrano. He was the 2025 SWAC reliever of the year. Ground ball, foul outside of third, 1-2. (6-2) with a 4.25 ERA last year, SWAC reliever of the year. He's ahead of ball and 2 strikes on Connor Gidley, righty on righty, first pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt, no offering, 2-2. And Zambrano is someone that presents a little bit different than the first 2 guys. Not a sidearmer like Barroso. Comes over the top with a big 12-6 curve. Ground ball right to third. A great pick by Martinez. He stands. He throws. What a play! Andre Martinez flashing the leather over there at third. And there's 1 out. Exclamation point, the scorebook for Andre. He hits a 3-run home run and comes right back in the next half inning with a brilliant defensive play. Glove side pick on a slide, then stands up and throws to first to get Gidley 1 away in the inning. Here's the catcher, Vinny Sawmell, 0 for 2. 2 ground outs, 1 to second, 1 to the pitcher. Breaking ball called, strike inside on a slider. And it's 0-1 on Sawmell. Well, the Wildcats, with their 4 runs in the 5th, have turned up the heat in this game. They trail 5-4, top 6. Inside, jammed Sawmell as he fouls it away third base side. The count is 0-2 from J.C. Zambrano. Zambrano now in his second-year senior year with the Wildcats after 2 seasons at Barry University in the Sunshine State Conference, a very competitive league down there in Division II, as he's ahead 0-2 the pitch. Way outside, no chase. And he is from Caracas, Venezuela, Giancarlo Zambrano, but played his high school ball in the United States in Miami at Doral Academy, the 1-2. Line drive over the glove of Almonte at short into left field for a base hit. That's the first hit, I believe, that Vinny Sawmell has against the Wildcats this season. I will double check that, but I believe he went 0 for in the series against the Wildcats, and he didn't even play the 3rd game because he wasn't doing that well. Yeah, it's his first hit in now 9 at-bats against Bethune-Cookman this year. First pitch, breaking ball outside. Strike 1 to the top of the order, Weston Gingrich batting for the 4th time today. He's 0 for 3. Does have a sac fly, one of his 2 flyouts. That was back in the 2nd. Then lined into a double play. That was the tremendous catch by Jeter Poyeto in the 4th inning. 0-1. Ground ball right to first. The throw to second. The sliding stop. And Almonte puts his glove on the bag to make sure they get the lead runner. And there's 2 outs. So Fernandez did the right thing there. It was hit right to him. He didn't step on the bag. He tried to go to the 3-6-3 double play. Threw across the diamond. Almonte, the throw was a little bit behind him. He caught the ball, slipped down, and planted his glove on the bag before Vinny Sawmell could get there. So Gingrich aboard for the first time today with a fielder's choice. There's 2 outs in the inning, and here's Zach Wider. Wider, a double in the first, came around to score. Ground ball right back up the middle base, hit, first pitch swinging. Trying to go from first to third is Gingrich, and the throw is not in time. So UAPB threatening here, runners on the corners with 2 outs, and Pine Bluff really wants a couple of runs here to deaden the Wildcats' momentum after they picked up 4 in the 5th. So now 2 hits and a fielder's choice in the inning for UAPB. There's still 2 outs. Second hit of the game for Wider. Here's Aaron Grant, 2 for 3, 2 singles, both to left center, as the SWAC Freshman of the Year looks to continue his hot streak, leads the team with 50 RBI on the season. Well, he picked up number 51 back in the first inning. Looking to get 52 here, 2 outs, Weston Gingrich on third. The first pitch to him, breaking ball inside, ball 1, 12-6 curveball. From J.C. Zambrano, out of the bullpen, trying to keep the Wildcats involved in this one, down 5-4 in the 6th. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. Command is not something that Zambrano has really struggled with this year. Well, really through the entirety of his Wildcat career, 61 strikeouts to 22 walks in his career. High pop fly, foul territory. Moving over towards the dugout, Michael Lucena from the catcher spot calls off Fernandez. And that's the end of the inning with a basket catch right as he leaned over the UAPB dugout wall. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. The Wildcats down by 1 here on the CatEye Radio Network. The Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman are right back in this game as we go to the bottom of the 6th. They trail the UAPB Golden Lions 5-4. They scored 4 runs in the 5th, sent 9 to the plate. And now, just like he did back in the 5th, Jeter Poyeto is going to lead off the 6th. He's 0 for 1, got hit by a pitch and came around to score on a squeeze bunt back in that 5th inning. Wildcats trail UAPB 5-4. Kenny Fabian, the UAPB ace, still on the hill. First pitch, just below the knees. Fastball, ball 1 to Jeter. UAPB 5 runs, 11 hits. They've committed 1 error. The 1-0 breaking ball, pop fly, foul back out of play onto the roof. And it's 1-1 on Poyeto. Wildcats 4 runs on just 6 hits. Of course, the big 3-run home run by Andre Martinez. The big power moment in the game for the Wildcats. They got to keep it going here. In the 6th inning, still down by 1. 1-1 to Poyeto from Fabian. Jeter watches it up and in. That was close to the zone, but no call from home plate umpire Jairo Martinez. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fabian's the only pitcher Pine Bluff has used. Remember, he won 110 pitches at a complete game against the Wildcats the last time he faced him during the regular season. Poyeto, a scorcher right back up the middle, but playing behind the second base bag was the second baseman Grant. He throws out Poyeto for out number 1. Grant's gotten a lot of action over there. I count that as 5 putouts for him tonight. 4 groundouts and a pop-up. Now here's Chris Watson. Big looping single down the first baseline of the fifth. Came around to score on the home run. One away. Bottom six. Wildcats down 5-4. Kenny Fabian now 78 pitches. Can the Wildcats chase the Pine Bluff ace? High fly ball left field. Back goes Hockemeyer. Track, and he's going to track it down one step from the wall. Oh, boy. I thought that was gone off the bat for Chris Watson. But it's so dead here. There's so much humidity, 66% humidity, 0 wind at all. The ball is not carrying at all. And there's 2 outs in the inning. And that just shows you how impressive Andre Martinez's home run was in the last inning, because he fought the conditions and still muscled it out. 2 outs, nobody on. The Wildcats do not want to go quietly here. Give Fabian confidence in a quick inning. First pitch, fastball, inside corner, strike one to Sergio Rivera. Rivera 1 for 2, a bunt single on a squeeze play with an RBI back in the fifth and a ground out to second in the third. He's behind in the count, no balls and a strike. Now 1-1 as that one is out, down by his shoe tops. This will be Fabian's 80th pitch coming up. For the last 2 innings or so, there has been a body warming for the Golden Lions in the bullpen. A right-hander. Can't see numbers from this far away, and only a window in the wall, as that's a high fly ball left field, but that's going to go basically straight up in the air. Hockemeyer tracks it down. The Wildcats go quietly in the 6th. Not what you wanted to back up your big 5th. Need more pitching and defense now as they go to the 7th inning. Back 3rd time here in Birmingham. The Wildcats trail UAPB 5-4 on the CatEye Radio Network. Crunch time in Birmingham as we go to the back 3rd of this game. We go to the 7th inning. Wildcats trail UAPB 5-4. JC Zambrano on the hill for his 2nd inning of work after working out of a runners on the corners jam back in the 6th. Alvarado, first pitch to him. Fastball at the knee, strike one. Alvarado 1 for 2 with a walk. Doubled RBI style and scored in the 1st and walked in the 3rd. As that ball is fouled back to the screen, now he's down 0-2. He lost his bat, too, as his bat flew back to the screen with the baseball. As he's got to go walk back towards the on-deck circle to retrieve it. He's down 0-2. His only out was a sacrifice bunt back in the 5th. That, at the time, moved runners to 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. The Wildcats got out of the jam. He's down 0-2. Here's Zambrano's pitch to the lefty. Fastball, strike 3 called. Lucena drops the ball and immediately tags Alvarado on the back. That's the first strikeout of the game for the Wildcats. Zambrano gets Alvarado looking one down to the frame. Here's Blake Coleman, who's 2 for 3, 2 singles. Wildcats desperate to get back into the dugout, as there's a UAPB player running all the way out to the right center field wall where the bullpen is. He's going to go in there, open the door, and disappear into the bullpen, and we can continue. So here's Blake Coleman, JC Zambrano. Righty on righty will fire. Ground ball back up the middle. Boyedo playing the position, throws to first, got him. Low throw, but Fernandez bailed him out, 2 away. Here is Nick Hockemeyer, 0 for 2 with a walk. Sac fly RBI on the first, and a ground into a double play in the third. He walked in the 5th. Hockemeyer made 2 catches out in left field back in the last half inning, including on one that I thought was gone off the bat of Chris Watson. He caught it with his back pretty much pressed to the wall on the warning track. 1-0 is in the zone with a breaking ball, 1-1. Hockemeyer, 360 his average, best on the squad. Pops it foul territory, third base side. Martinez racing over. He will make the catch near the wall, and that's the end of the inning. For the first time tonight, the Wildcats get UAPB to go 1, 2, 3. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Wildcats down 1, 5-4 here on the CatEye Radio Network. To the bottom of the 7th we go here at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama, day 1 of the 2026 SWAC baseball tournament. Bethune-Cookman, the #1 seed, the regular season champions for the 2nd straight year, trying to defend their tournament title they won here 12 months ago, are down 5-4 against Arkansas Pine Bluff as we go to the 7th. Kenny Fabian still on the hill for UAPB. Top of the order for the Wildcats, Darrell Lee. Leads off, first pitch, fastball outside of the lefty, 1-0. Kenny Fabian now 83 pitches, 4 runs, 6 hits, walked 2, struck out 1. 1-0. Right over the height of the plate, the fastball, 1-1. The Wildcats would love to chase Fabian, but they're going to need a heroic effort to do it. Couldn't do it in the game they played in the regular season where it went the complete game even in the loss. Lee, a grounder, slowly right back up the middle. Grant from his second base spot will throw him out. 1 out. Grant has been all over it tonight. That's his 6th putout. 5 grounders and a pop-up. And here is Andre Martinez, who sent 2 balls over the wall his last time up. In a true ball don't lie moment, First pitch he saw, a mile but barely foul. The second pitch he saw, also a mile but fair. First pitch, strike outside corner with a breaking ball. Kenny Fabian is not going to throw anything over the middle to Andre Martinez. He's going to try and paint the outside and force him to try and put one in play. He does, and he pops it up down the first baseline. Alvarado going over there. He's going to let Grant take care of it for his second pop-up, for his catch of the day. Second against Martinez as well. 2 away in the 7th. Wildcats going quickly. They went 1, 2, 3 in the 6th, and now there's 2 outs in the 7th on just 6 pitches from Kenny Fabian. This is not what you want to do. You got to stay in these at-bats. You got to force Fabian to pitch to you. Wildcats swinging early in the count, trying to get this rally started, and it's working the other way. It's just giving Fabian confidence and advantage. First pitch low and outside to Michael Rodriguez. He's 1 for 2 with a fielder's choice. Struck out in the first, fielder's choice in the third, singled left in the 5th, was stranded on third. He was the potential tying run. Slider over the heart of the plate, 1-1. Wildcats still down 5-4, the 1-1 pitch. Ground ball, fair ball, base hit, right past the glove of Alvarado and into right field, so Mikey Rodriguez stays hot. He has his second straight hit, his many plate appearances. And the Wildcats with a 2-out base runner. Here's Michael Lucena, had a tough day at the plate. He is 0 for 3, 2 ground outs to the first base side and a pop-up to shallow right. First pitch to him, big old cut and miss ahead of the off speed, and it's 0-1. Lucena against Fabian, as I just saw a flash of light from beyond the right field wall. Not for the first time tonight. Throw back to first, Rodriguez slides back in. Lucena against Fabian the first time he faced him this season. Scored 1 run on 1 hit. He's down 0-1 the pitch. Pitch out, trying to get Michael Rodriguez stealing. He did not steal, and it's a ball and a strike. Now, I am never a fan of, with 2 outs in an inning and only 1 man on first, paying too much attention to him. But now they've thrown back to try and pick him off and done a potential pitch out to try and get to try and get him stealing. And another throw back to first. Michael Rodriguez on the season, 17 steals, second on the team behind Sergio Rivera's 23. But with 2 outs, I'm not sure you risk sending him. I guess you try to get him into scoring position, then Lucena could maybe drive him in. There's the 1-1. He will go. It was a hit and run as Lucena fouls it straight back to the screen. And Rodriguez is going to have to retreat 90 feet back to first base. And now Kenny Fabian a strike away from getting out of another inning, another quick inning, and putting the Wildcats back on their heels, down 5-4 in the 7th. It's getting late here for the Wildcats. Can they manufacture another comeback? The 1-2. Outside, fastball 2-2. Almost looked like another pitch out. Last year in the Wildcats, 4 games here in Birmingham. They won all 4 games. They won all 4 games from behind and had 2 walk-offs in those 4 games. Is there more late magic on this field? Rodriguez goes high, pop, right field, shallow, down the line, and it is going to drop into the glove. Oh, yeah, drop into the glove of the right fielder, Zion Hamilton, who ran a long way. Lost his tap and picked up the ball. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for the Wildcats. Ever since that 4-run 5th inning, the Cats have gone cold. They're going to need the defense to keep the Golden Lions at bay as we go to the 8th, down 5-4 here on the CatEye Radio Network. To the 8th here in Birmingham. The Wildcats still trail UAPB 5-4. Zion Hamilton, who made the catch in foul territory to retire the side for the Wildcats in the 7th, leads off the 8th. 7, 8, 9 due up for UAPB in the innings. We've got more Golden Lions that are coming out the door of the bullpen in right center and making their way along the outfield wall. Now there are 2 of them in white jerseys and yellow caps, and now they're strolling back in towards the dugout. It's a very odd setup here. There's no way to get to the dugout and from the dugout to the bullpen and back without going onto the field. J.C. Zambrano sees his first pitch, line to center field, but straight at Sergio Rivera, out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out. Down goes Hamilton. He has a triple and a run scored today, but other than that, ground out, fly out. Here's Connor Gidley, 2-for-3. 2 singles up the middle and then a ground out to third. It was a fantastic play by Andre Martinez. Glove side pick while sliding, and he got up and threw him out. First pitch of the right-hand hitter. Towering 12-6 curve into the zone for strike 1. J.C. Zambrano now 24 pitches on the year. He's gone as many as 57, which he has done so twice. The 0-1. Slow roller towards Jeter at second. He'll pick up and fire. That's out number 2. He went 57 pitches in 4 innings against Alabama State in the Wildcats' 7-3 win up in Montgomery 2 weeks ago. Gave up no runs on 1 hit, struck out 4, and probably his best outing of the year. But then, of course, the most memorable outing of the year for JC was his 3 innings against LSU, where he picked up the save and came in with a bases loaded, nobody out situation and got 3 straight strikeouts to get out of a jam in the 7th. Breaking ball, first pitch, high fly ball, left field, playable for Lee. He'll make the catch to retire Vinny Sawmill. And on just 7 pitches, 1, 2, 3, go the Golden Lions. The Wildcats coming to bat in the 8th, still leading 1 run, down 5-4 here on the CatEye Radio Network. We go to the 8th. The Wildcats have 6 outs to save themselves here in the first round of the SWAC tournament. We appreciate your company deep into the Wednesday evening, 10:38 Central Time. Jose Fernandez will be the first man to face the new pitcher for UAPB. Yes, the new pitcher It's the right-handed senior graduate student, Jalen Porter, 12-6 curve. First pitch, strike one inside corner. Fernandez 0 for 2 with a walk. Jalen Porter, the grad student out of Houston, Texas. 2-2, 9 appearances, 7 starts, is the best arm that UAPB has left. High chopper. Oh, Alvarado fell over trying to get it, and it's a base hit to right field. It would have been a tough play for Alvarado as it stood, but he tripped and fell over his own feet trying to stretch his glove across his body, and he fell down. So a single for Jose Fernandez. Here's Eric Almonte. A single seeing eye ground ball in the second, then 2 ground outs, 1 to short, 1 to second. First pitch, Ratty on lefty, swinging a bunt. Third base side, charging is Waiter. He throws to first, bounces it there, but it's there in time. Jose Fernandez goes to second on the sac bunt. Jose Fernandez is not the fastest guy the Wildcats have. It would take something deep to score him from second. Here's Jeter Poyeto, the Wildcats' leader in RBI this season with 53. He's 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch and scored in the 5th. Other than that, a fly out to right and a ground out to short. First pitch to him. Slow ground ball, foul, third base side. Full numbers on Jalen Porter, the graduate student out of Austin, Texas. A 4.78 ERA, 2-2, 9 appearances, 7 starts. He's one of the pitchers that was hurt when the Wildcats and Golden Lions faced off back about a month ago. He didn't pitch from the 27th of March till the 16th of May. This is only his second appearance back since then. Went 1 inning against Jackson State in the last game of the season. Coach Cartaya taking a timeout to talk to Jeter Poyeto. He's down on the count 0-1 on Porter. On the year, 37 2/3 innings pitched for Porter. He's given up 28 runs on 36 hits, 20 earned. Striking out 38 and walking 21. He's allowed 8 doubles, 1 triple, 5 homers with a batting average against of .248. Jeter Poyeto climbs back in. The tying run on second, Jose Fernandez. 1 out. Bottom 8, Wildcats trail 5-4. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball up and out. And Poyeto completely whiffed on it. Now he's down 0-2. On paper, this is the best arm that UAPB can bring to bear out of the bullpen. He was a starter for most of the year. The 0-2. Foul away off the inside of the bat. Inside fastball. Poyeto stays alive at 0-2. What a massive moment here. The couple of fans that have stayed back almost to 11 p.m. Central Time have been treated to a heart-pounding finish to this one. Jalen Porter dreads flowing out from under his yellow cap. Looks at his pitch comm, comes set, and from the stretch, the 0-2. Way outside of the fastball. Got a good pop on his fastball, looking like low to mid 90s. Again, we don't have data on that here. No video board, no StatCast here at Wickwood Field. A ball and 2 strikes on Jeter Poyeto. Chris Watson is on deck, missed a home run by a couple feet his last time up. The 1-2. Poyeto ground ball towards the shortstop. Gidley throws across to first. It's low, but Alvarado picks it for out number 2. Jose Fernandez, aggressive base running, moves across to third. So now the Wildcats a base hit away from tying the game, and here is Chris Watson. The senior from Ridgeland, Mississippi. He only played 17 games for Bethune-Cookman last year, sat the bench. This year he's been so good, a .347 average, 32 starts. First pitch to him, breaking ball. Called a strike on the outside corner. Chris doesn't agree. The tying run for the second time tonight for the Wildcats is 90 feet away. Check swing. Called a strike on the outside corner. Chris Watson down 0-2, just like Poyeto before him. Outfield is playing, though the infield is playing very deep. Both middle infielders fully on the grass. Downstairs, Jose Fernandez is going to be run out. Oh no, they tried to squeeze him in. He came all the way home and got tagged out by the catcher Sawmill. Oh no. The Wildcats with some bad base running, and that's been the theme of the day, talking to the people who have been here all day working the tournament up in the press box. The theme of the day has been bad base running decisions. Will the Wildcats make one there? They send Jose Fernandez to try and steal home, and we go to the ninth. The Wildcats down 5-4 here on the CatEye Radio Network. We go to the ninth. The Wildcats have had chances to tie this game. They've had the tying run 90 feet away multiple times, and they make a baffling decision in the eighth to try and have Jose Fernandez steal home with 2 outs, and he got caught. And the Wildcats are still down 5-4 here on opening night of the SWAC tournament against UAPB. J.C. Zambrano's first pitch to Weston Gingrich, top of the order for UAPB coming up for the 5th time. Is fouled away. Sorry about that. 0-1. 0-for-3 with a fielder's choice for Gingrich. That one low, ball 1. Gingrich flew out in the first, RBI sac fly in the second, and then lined into a double play. Magnificent play by Judah Poyeto. Pop fly, foul territory, out of play on the third base side at 1-2. Again, in the fourth, he lined into a double play. One of the plays of this year from Jeter Poyeto. Full dive to get that one and then throw the runner out at second, who was not expecting Jeter to catch that. Ball and 2 strikes. J.C. Zambrano still on the hill. Down low. Pitch gets away from Lucena to the backstop. No harm, no foul, nobody on base. But it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. I did say that it was a 7-pitch inning in the 8th for J.C. Zambrano. I was corrected by the statistician here at Rickwood. It was only a 4-pitch inning. High fly ball. That's going to be down and head to the wall, down the right field line, right underneath the Rickwood field sign. Lead-off double for Weston Gingrich, his first hit of the night. And you could hear the UAPB dugout explode as that one left the bat. Wildcats in trouble again. They haven't let UAPB score since the 4th and stranded 5 runners since. But their backs up against the wall now, and here comes Johnny Hernandez, and that should be the end for J.C. Zambrano. A valiant effort for J.C. got out of a jam in the 6th, pitched a clean 7th and 8th, and he will give the ball up as the Wildcats will go to another arm here in the 9th, trailing 5-4, trying to keep it that way. Do you love Bethune-Cookman University sports? Then don't miss Hail Wildcats Radio, the podcast that takes you behind the scenes of all 15 Wildcat sports programs. Hosted by voice of the Wildcats, Michael Cirillo, and featuring the expertise of Bethune-Cookman sports information staff, Hail Wildcats Radio delivers unparalleled coverage of your favorite teams. Tune in to 1380 WELE Daytona Beach every Saturday to catch the show live or listen anytime on your favorite podcast platform. Well, they're going to leave Zambrano in the game for now. Nike is the official outfitter of the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. You can gear up on the newest BCU Nike gear at Nike.com/Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. Here's Zach Weeder. Weston Gingrich on second, nobody out. Weeder 2 for 3 with a walk. He bunts it, pop up, foul, straight back to the screen. This is the right call by Weeder. Get the man to third. And hope for the Wildcats' sake with 1 out. And then you could have a chance to sack fly him in or get him in any other way. Here's the 0-1. He squares to bunt again. The throw back to second from Lucena, and a great job by Eric Almonte diving to his left to keep that ball from going into center field. Michael Lucena's got that really strong arm, leads the SWAC in runners thrown out, stealing, with 26 on the season. And a semifinalist for the Buster Posey Award. That's the best catcher in college baseball. The 1-1 pitch on Weeder. Squares to bunt, puts it down third base side. Zambrano off the mound, muffed the ball. Runners on the corners, nobody out, and this is trouble. He gave him a bunt single. And now with a chance to put the nail in the Wildcat coffin, it's the SWAC Freshman of the Year, Aaron Grant. 2 for 4, 2 singles up the middle, and 2 pop-outs in foul territory. 5-4 UAPB, runners on the corners, no outs, top 9. All 4 Wildcat runs in a rally in the 5th. They've got nothing since then. High fly ball, left field, not deep. That's going to get the run in. Sergio Rivera comes over and makes the catch. He throws to second to keep the runner at first. Weston Gingrich comes in, and UAPB leads by 2. Sacrifice fly for Grant. One away in the inning. And Gingrich comes in. Double, bunt, single, sac fly. And it's 6-4 UAPB. Throw back to first, sliding in is Weeder. Well, it looks for all the world like the Wildcats are going to have to do the impossible. Come back tomorrow against Grambling State, a team they played 3 times over the last weekend. Check swing, curveball low from Zambrano. No go, says the third base umpire. This is Lazaro Alvarado at the plate, doubled in the first. Since then has walked, picked up a sac bunt, and has struck out looking. That's the only strikeout of the game for the Wildcats. The 1-0, inside and low, 2-0. A Wildcats team which led the league in strikeouts as a staff only has 1 tonight. Zambrano behind 2 balls, no strikes to Alvarado. And the pitch. Fastball inside corner, strike. Called by home plate umpire Jairo Martinez. As I said, the Wildcats are going to have to do the impossible, which is win 4 straight elimination games in the next 4 days. High bouncer towards Jeter. He turns to second. Almonte on to first, double play. And that's the end of the inning. So the Wildcats will have 3 outs to try and save themselves. They're down 6-4 as we go to the bottom of the 9th here on the CatEye Radio Network. Last stand for the maroon and gold here tonight. We go to the bottom of the ninth. The Wildcats down 6-4. All four of their runs in a rally in the fifth inning. They've only had 2 base runners since. They had Jose Fernandez at third with 2 outs in the last inning. He tried to steal home. Ground ball, base hit, first pitch swinging for Chris Watson. Through the left-hand side under the glove of the third baseman, Wider. Sergio Rivera was in the box when Jose Fernandez was caught stealing to end the 8th, so he led off the 9th, first pitch swinging. The pitcher, now in his second full inning, is Jalen Porter. Got through the first inning of work in just 11 pitches. As the rain starts to come down here in Birmingham. Ground ball, a wild pitch, bounce to the plate. Chris Watson's gonna try and go to third. Now he's gonna make the long turn and head back towards second. The heavens have opened, and they have opened quickly. It is now pouring rain here at Rickwood. Chris Watson goes to second on a wild pitch. The count is a ball and no strikes to Sergio Rivera. This is the rain we were anticipating all night. It was supposed to come around 6 o'clock when this game was supposed to start. It has actually started at 10:57. Swing and a miss from Sergio. Fastball on the outside corner, 1-1 on Jalen Porter. This is only his second appearance, Jalen Porter, since getting hurt all the way back on the 27th of March. And he could pick up the save for UAPB and send them to the winner's bracket. Fastball outside. 2 balls, 1 strike, as Sergio Rivera pulled a bunt back. I don't agree with a bunt here. You need 2 runs, you're down 6-4. If you only needed 1, I would agree with a bunt to try and get Chris to third. Chris Watson leads off of second, single and a wild pitch. The 2-1. He does bunt it foul behind the plate. And it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now Rivera's going to have to swing the bat. Sergio Rivera is 1 for 3. His single was a bunt single and an RBI on a squeeze play back in the 5th. That got the Wildcats on the board. Scored Jeter Poyeto. Other than that, he's grounded out to second and flied out to left. The rain bucketing down as Coach Cartaya calls timeout to talk to his senior, the captain of this team, Sergio Rivera. 2 balls, 2 strike count, Jalen Porter. If the Wildcats do not pull off the miracle comeback tonight, they will play at noon tomorrow, weather permitting, in a rematch with the Grambling State Tigers. It would be the first of 4 straight elimination games the Wildcats would need to win over the next 3 days. They've been in that situation before. Back in 2022, they lost the first game to Southern, came back to make the finals. That was a big flash of lightning beyond the right field wall. We will play on here in the 9th. Big pitch coming here. Jalen Porter's 2-2. Timeout called by Sergio Rivera. I'm not sure why the Wildcats are stalling here. So he will now stand back in. And a big roll of thunder now heard here at Rickwood Field. It's only a matter of time before they stop this game. I know they want to get through it. We're in the 9th inning, but player safety has got to come into it effect at some point. 2-2, ground ball up the middle. Grabbed by Grant, the second baseman. He'll throw to first. He's got another put out. What a game for Grant. Eight putouts for Grant tonight. Here's Darrell Lee. He is potentially the tying run. 1 out in the 9th. Chris Watson on third. Wildcats down 6-4. Here is the top of the order. Corners playing in to prevent any bunt shenanigans from the Wildcats. The wind is now picked up, blowing out to left field through the rain here in Birmingham. Breaking ball down and away, ball 1 to Darrell Lee. Everybody is sat down in the UAPB bullpen. It is Jalen Porter's game. In his one appearance this past weekend, he threw 1 inning, just 16 pitches. There's a strike called. Fastball on the inside corner, 1-1 on lead. Lead tonight, 1 for 3 with a walk, has been picked off twice in the middle, in fielder's choices, both times he's got on base. 1-1. High drive, right field. That ball is headed towards the corner, and it is foul. That's the second time tonight the Wildcats have almost hit a home run, but it was called a foul ball just to the wrong side of the foul pole. Andre Martinez came back with the next pitch and hit a no-doubter back in the 5th inning. Darrell Lee doesn't need to do anything that dramatic. He just needs to get on base. He's down 1-2. Here's the pitch through the rain. In the dirt, Chris Watson scrambles back to third as Sawmill bodies up and keeps the ball from the backstop. It is bucketing down in Birmingham, and I'm sure you can hear it on the microphone. The 2-2. Breaking ball, Lee got a piece of it, just a piece. And he stays alive. And we're going to stop the game. We are going to stop the game with 1 out in the 9th, and the Wildcats having the tying run at the plate. The tarps are coming out. The grounds crewman ran onto the field saying stop the game. It is pouring down rain here in Birmingham. And now who knows what is going to happen. According to the forecast on my weather app, it is going to rain pretty consistently up until about 2 a.m. And with the game for the loser of this scheduled for noon tomorrow, likely it will be the Wildcats if they can't grab a miracle down 6-4 in the 9th. As the rain falls and falls here in Birmingham, it will be a quick turnaround. What a turn of events. The Wildcats trying to come back in the 9th, have the tying run at the plate with 1 out, and the rain has forced a stoppage of play from Rickwood Field. The winner of this game, likely UAPB, will also play tomorrow night at 6, scheduled, these are all Central Time, against Alabama State, who defeated Grambling State 10-0 in run rule fashion earlier today. The other games from earlier today in the other side of the bracket, Florida A&M beat Texas Southern 8-6. And Southern, which is why we started so late, beat Jackson State 4-3 in 10 innings with a walk-off. That game almost went to the 11th because there was a potential double play that would have sent the game into the 11th that brought the last run home there. We are going to a delay. We're going to throw the delay up on the stream. If you're listening to us here on the CatEye Radio Network, we apologize, but there is a delay. As soon as we hear something, I will be back with you as it rains in Birmingham, Alabama in the 9th inning past 11 p.m. We'll be back with information as soon as I get it here on the CatEye Radio Network. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the CatEye Radio Network. We are broadcasting live from the press box at historic Rickwood Field in Birmingham, Alabama. It is 11:51 local time. The tarp is off the field. I repeat, the tarp is off the field. The Bethune-Cookman Wildcats are backs against the wall on the opening day here of the SWAC baseball tournament. The University of Arkansas Pine Bluff got to SWAC Pitcher of the Year Edwin Sanchez, gave up 5 runs on 8 hits in just 3 innings, didn't strike out anybody. Andres Barroso and Giancarlo Zambrano came in and righted the ship, allowed just 1 run on 4 hits in 6 innings between them. The Wildcats battled back in the 5th inning, mostly on a 3-run home run by Andre Martinez. Here is the situation in the 9th. UAPB in the top of the inning got a run on 2 hits with a sacrifice fly to lead 6-4. In this 9th inning, Chris Watson, first pitch, led off with a single against UAPB pitcher Jalen Porter. Sergio Rivera sacrificed him. So he reached second on a wild pitch. Sergio Rivera then sacrificed ground out, and Watson went to third. Darrell Lee is at bat. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. One of those strikes almost tied the game with a high fly ball down the right field line that had home run distance, but barely not home run accuracy, as it was just to the right of the first base line foul pole. The Wildcats with a loss. Remember, they are down 6-4 with 1 out in the 9th. With a loss, would then have to come back and play Grambling State in the first of potentially 4 straight elimination games tomorrow at noon Central Time. That's 1 p.m. Eastern. It is currently 11:53 Central Time, almost 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So if you're still with us, thank you so much. You're unbelievable. Darrell Lee will bat. I'm not sure who the pitcher will be. Both teams are out there running in the outfield, stretching, warming up, doing soft toss. I believe the pitcher will still be Jalen Porter for UAPB, because I see him out there throwing practice pitches in the outfield wearing the number 1 jersey for the Golden Lions. UAPB, yellow caps, white jerseys, white pants. A faux pas, in my opinion, since they are the visiting team, the lower seed, or the higher seed, rather. This is the 8 seed against the 1 seed. The Wildcats regular season champions 2 years in a row. They broke the program record for wins in a regular season, 37-18, 23-7 in the SWAC. And unfortunately, none of it matters if you do not perform this week. And the Wildcats, outside of the 5th inning, have not performed tonight. Edwin Sanchez was rough. The offense didn't pick him up. They only got 3 base runners in the first 4 innings, and they've only got 3 base runners since that 5th inning, where they sent 9 to the plate and 4 came around to score. The Wildcats have twice had the tying run on third. In the 5th, Michael Rodriguez was on third when Eric Almonte grounded out to end the inning. Then in the 8th, with the Wildcats still down 5-4 at that point, Jose Fernandez led off with a single, was moved to second on a sac bunt by Eric Almonte, got to third on the ground ball by Jeter Poyeto, and then with 2 outs in the inning, the Wildcats, I'm not sure if this was a Jose Fernandez decision. I can't imagine it was. I think it had to have been a Johnny Hernandez decision. Sent him home. He tried to steal home to tie the game in the 8th and was caught stealing. That is as close as the Wildcats have come. Then UAPB in the top of the 9th got an insurance run. They lead 6-4. So the Wildcats not only need to score Chris Watson, who is on third right now at the time of the resumption, they would also need to score a 2nd run to play on, or a 3rd run to win the game. There is one out in the bottom of the ninth. Chris Watson is on third base. Darrell Lee is at the plate. He has a 2-2 count. Credit to the grounds crew here at Rickwood Field. They have been unbelievable. The rain has stopped for about 15 to 20 minutes now, and every second of that time since the rain has stopped, they have been on the field, putting new sand down, raking the new sand out, getting the field as playable as possible. They got tarps over the mound and around the plate area very quickly once the game was stopped, although it was raining for about 5 minutes before that. The Wildcats will have to pull off a miracle after midnight to come back in this game. Down 6-4, one out, bottom 9, runner on third. Make sure you are representing Bethune-Cookman Athletics to the fullest. Buy the latest BCU gear online at the Bethune-Cookman online store. Go to bcuathletics.com and click on shop to find the newest BCU clothing and apparel. That's bcuathletics.com and click on shop. Well, we were supposed to have started at 11:55. We are not starting now. The teams are just standing around waiting. So we'll take a short break and be right back with the action at the conclusion of this game here on the CatEye Radio Network. Stay tuned. It is officially midnight Central Standard Time, and the grounds crew here at Rickwood Field are putting the finishing touches on the playing surface so we can resume here in the bottom of the ninth. The Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman trailing UAPB 6-4. One out in the ninth, runner on third. And Darrell Lee at the plate in a 2-2 count. Stay up to date with everything Bethune-Cookman Athletics by checking out the Wildcats on social media. Give BCU Athletics a like on Facebook and follow the Wildcats on X and Instagram at BCU_Athletics. For the latest on BCU baseball, follow at BCU Diamondcats on X and Instagram. Well, this rain delay very well may have killed the Wildcats' momentum, just like it did back about a month ago when UAPB and Bethune-Cookman played their series out at the Ormond Beach Sports Complex. Remember, they did a Friday doubleheader and a Saturday early game at noon to try and get ahead of the rain. That didn't work. So with the Wildcats up 6-1, the third game of that series was called and then delayed till the next day. And with the Wildcats having all the momentum going into the delay, UAPB went to the hotel, slept it off, came back, and dominated the rest of that game, scoring 9 straight runs to win 10-6. Will we see something similar here happen in miniature with the Wildcats having momentum in the 9th, trying to come back, and a rain delay staunching that flow? But I will say, for Jalen Porter, the pitcher for UAPB, who's making just his second appearance since getting hurt on the 27th of March, that's a long time to sit and wait and think. And, of course, you could say the same thing about the Wildcats and Darrell Lee, who will be in a 2-2 count when we do indeed return to play. You can stay up to date with everything on social media by checking out the Wildcats on social media. Give BCU Athletics a like on Facebook and follow the Wildcats on X and Instagram at BCU_athletics. For the latest on BCU baseball, follow at BCU Diamondcats on X and Instagram. And you're going to be wanting to follow BCU Diamondcats on X and Instagram because there is supposed to be a lot of rain here in the Birmingham area over the next 2 days. The schedule for this tournament is planned as if it's not going to rain, but no plan survives first contact with the enemy as the first rule of warfare, according to Isaac Arthur. That's a really deep cut. Go look at the Isaac Arthur YouTube channel. He does space content for the meaning behind that reference. But anyway, you're going to be wanting to follow. Listen, it's been a long day. The game was supposed to start at 6 p.m. We did not start until 8:30 was the start time for this game. 2.5 hours because the game in front of us went to extra innings. And that made this rain delay happen, because if we had started on time or even anywhere close to time, we would be well and truly out of here before the rain came down. Of course, that did not happen, and we're still sitting here at 12:03 a.m., still with 2 outs to play. UAPB looking to move to the winner's bracket to play Alabama State tomorrow at 6 p.m. The Wildcats, with a loss, would drop to the lower bracket and have to win 4 straight elimination games to even get back to the championship game on Sunday. That'll start tomorrow at noon against Grambling State. And I'll tell you a little bit of a preview again from that Grambling State game. The middle game against Grambling State was not good for the Wildcats, and it's going to be the second game of this week. It'll be Harvey Abreu, who gave up 4 runs in the first 2 innings to Grambling. It'll be Trevor Esparza likely on the mound for Grambling State, who limited the Wildcats to just 2 runs in 7 innings. So if you're looking for historical precedent, it is against the Wildcats in spades tomorrow, not to mention a quick, less than 12-hour turnaround time from probably we're looking at a 12:30 a.m. local time finish to a noon start tomorrow. We are coming to you live from legendary Rickwood Field here in Birmingham, Alabama. It's the oldest existing professional baseball stadium in the country. They've been playing baseball on this spot since 1910. The umpires, Jairo Martinez, Knox Reyes, Arthur Thigpen, and Kevin Bradley, have returned to the field, and hopefully we'll be getting baseball underway momentarily. Rickwood Field, of course, is on the National Register of Historic Places, and they have documented evidence that all but one of the Negro Leaguers that are in the Hall of Fame played on this field. It's also been the home for it was also the home for a long time of the minor league team, the Birmingham Barons here. In the early 1900s, the Alabama Crimson Tide played many home games at Rickwood Field from 1912 to 1927. Of course, it hosted a Major League Baseball game in 2024. Salute to the Negro Leagues. That was Cardinals against Giants on June 20th, 2024. They've never been back, although I keep hearing buzz about the MLB returning to Rickwood Field. And that game I remember being very poignant because right before the game, or the morning of that game, Willie Mays, who grew up around here in Birmingham, Alabama, and started his pro baseball career with the Birmingham Black Barons on this very field in 1948, passed away the morning of that MLB game. So, all right, I think we're having some movement as I wax poetic. There was a break of a huddle for UAPB in the all-white gold caps. Bethune-Cookman, black helmets, maroon helmets, black jerseys, white pants. Darrell Lee is standing around the on-deck circle, taking a couple of practice swings. Miles College, an HBCU who plays in the Division II SIAC, starting this year, played home games here at Rickwood Field. There's also been movies shot here, 42, the Ty Cobb movie, Willie Mays documentary, all shot here at Rickwood. And of course, the site of the Wildcats' triumph 12 months ago as they went 4-0 in the 2025 SWAC tournament and won for the first time in program history since coming to the SWAC in 2021. I was looking up earlier today, and I never really brought this up on the broadcast, but I have some time now as we're still waiting for both teams to take back the field. The precedent of repeat champions here in the SWAC, of course, Bethune-Cookman won it last year. The last team to win back-to-back SWAC tournaments, you got to go back to before the Wildcats joined the league in 2017 and 2018. Texas Southern won it twice. Before that, you've got to go all the way back to 2006 and 2007, where Prairie View A&M won it twice. Funnily enough, Michael Robertson was the head coach of both the 2006 and 2007 Prairie View A&M teams and the 2017 and 2018 Texas Southern teams. So he was the coach for both teams to go back-to-back in the SWAC. And before that, you got to go back to the early 2000s when Southern won 3 in a row from 2001 to 2003. So have teams gone back-to-back in the SWAC? But yes, but it's only happened 3 times since the year 2000, and no team has come close and even made the finals after winning the previous year since Bethune-Cookman and Florida A&M joined the SWAC in 2021. Coach Hernandez just talked to the crew chief, Jairo Martinez. Martinez now is going to go off the field. The officials have left the field again and are hiding out down by the first base dugout in their little area, talking to each other. Everybody's off the field. We're still waiting for the game to resume here at Rickwood Field. 12:09, now 12:10 local time. Bottom of the 9th, 1 out. The Wildcats down 6-4 to UAPB. 2-2 will be the count to Darrell Lee. 1 out in the inning. Christopher Watson is on third. Kenny Fabian, for the second time against Bethune-Cookman this year, was magnificent. Won a complete game against the Wildcats, even in a loss down in Florida earlier this year. He pitched 7 innings through 95 pitches, allowed 4 runs on 7 hits. All 4 runs and 4 of the 7 hits were in that isolated to that 1/5 inning. Only struck out 1, but only walked 2. Did the job. Got the defense in play behind him. A lot of easy ground balls. A ton of them hit to the SWAC Freshman of the Year, Aaron Grant. I think he has 9 putouts in the game. I'm going to double check. And he got 8 putouts in the game, including the last one right before the rain delay in the 9th inning. So we still see no movement. Both teams are standing around out there. It's now 12:11 Central Standard Time. We were supposed to start this game over 10 minutes ago, and we are still here waiting. We're going to go to break. When we come back, hopefully it's the resumption of play between Bethune-Cookman and Arkansas Pine Bluff here on the CatEye Radio Network. We are back in Birmingham here on the CatEye Network. Apparently the issue was some of the floodlights had not come back on. The right field floodlight was not working. They have fixed that. Now Arkansas Pine Bluff takes the field. Jalen Porter still on the mound. Sawmell the catcher. Wider the third baseman. Gidley on short. Grant at second. Alvarado at first. Hockemeyer in left field. Gingrich in center field. And Zion Hamilton is in right. So after a delay of over an hour, we will now get back to playing baseball. Christopher Watson is taking some practice sprints down the third base line. Jalen Porter is throwing some warm-up pitches to his catcher, Vinny Sawmell. The umpires are now back out on the field, moving to their respective positions. Jairo Martinez behind the plate, Knox Reyes at first, Arthur Thigpen at second, and Kevin Bradley at third. Of course, this being postseason baseball, we have 4 umpires and not the normal 3 that we would have for a regular season college game. Bethune-Cookman trails Arkansas Pine Bluff 6-4 in the 9th. 1 out, Chris Watson on third. There will be a 2-2 count to Darrell Lee once the warm-up pitches for Jalen Porter are over. Here we go. The Wildcats have 9 hits in the game, all singles. They do not have an extra base hit. 13 hits for Arkansas Pine Bluff, 3 doubles, a triple. The Wildcats do have 1 home run. That was the 3-run home run by Andre Martinez. Here is Darrell Lee. He climbs back into the left-handed batter's box on a 2-2 count. How are your nerves, Lee and Jalen Porter? Over an hour rain delay. Jairo Martinez throws the baseball to Jalen Porter, who toes the rubber. Here we go. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Darrell Lee goes down on strikes, fastball outside corner. We waited over an hour and Darrell Lee strikes out. And now Andre Martinez will be the last potential batter for Bethune-Cookman. He already has a home run tonight. He hit one over the left field wall into the bullpen in the 5th, a 3-run home run. The pitch before that, he hit one a mile foul that was reviewed and eventually upheld as being foul. He is the potential tying run, the first pitch by Jalen Porter. Swing and a miss. Fastball inside corner. Andre Martinez is swinging for the moon. I mean, one of 2 things is going to happen here. One of 3 things is going to happen here. He's going to hit the ball over the fence, he's going to pop it up, or he's going to strike out. The 0-1. Tip back to the screen, and the Wildcats are down to their last strike. Well, this has the potential of going very quickly. Restarting at 12:14 and going only 2 minutes to 12:16 as Bethune-Cookman is down to their last strike. Porter recovers the baseball, steps back on the rubber, and the 0-2 pitch. And he'll step off. Rub some dirt on his throwing right hand. Now rub his hand against his jersey to clear the dirt off, then grip the baseball. Step off, put his right foot on the rubber, and deal the 0-2. Up and in, ball one. Andre Martinez watches it go. Bethune-Cookman on the precipice of dropping to the lower bracket for the first time on the first day since 2022. Coming in as the #1 seed, regular season champions. 1-2 pitch from Porter. Up and out, slider, 2-2. The Wildcats brought so many people back from last year's championship team, 18 seniors on this squad. 2-2 pitch. Downstairs with a fastball, full count. But it is likely that they will have to fight their way back through the lower bracket. Full count delivery on the way to Andre Martinez from Jalen Porter. He'll step off again, rub his hand in the dirt, and toe the rubber. Here's the payoff pitch. Upstairs, ball 4. So we will see another batter. It'll be Michael Rodriguez. The Wildcats haven't taken many walks today. Only 2. Michael Rodriguez is 2 for 3, struck out in the first, fielder's choice in the third, then singled to left in the 5th and right in the 7th. Michael Rodriguez was stranded on third in the 5th. He was, at the time, the tying run. Andre Martinez is going to be pinch run 4. Sammy Seplow is the pinch runner. Seplow, a pitcher who hasn't been used much this year, mostly used as a pinch runner. He is at first, representing the tying run. The first pitch to Michael Rodriguez. Breaking ball, caught the inside corner, 12-6 curve, strike 1. Jalen Porter, who was one of the top pitchers for UAPB in the early part of the season, got injured on March 27th, didn't pitch again till this past weekend. The 0-1. High fly ball down the left field line, tailing foul out of play, and for the second time, the Wildcats are down to their last strike. It's 0-2. I would expect high fastball here. That's what Michael Rodriguez struck out on his first time up. That's what the Wildcats have struggled with as a unit over the past couple of years. Jalen Porter way ahead in the count, the 0-2. Here's a pitch. Tip back to the screen. Rodriguez stays alive. It was indeed a fastball. It wasn't that high, though. Upper part of the zone, slightly inside. And we'll see another 0-2. Now, does Porter go with a breaking ball here to try and get a swing and miss, expecting a high fastball from Rodriguez? We shall see. Once again, the 0-2. Runner goes. Rodriguez watches it inside. Jalen Porter can't believe it. He walked off the mound thinking the game was over. Stolen base for Sammy Seplow. He's now on second. There is a 1-ball, 2-strike count. The righty Porter, the left-handed hitting Michael Rodriguez. The pitch. Step back to the screen. Rodriguez was ahead of the off-speed and got a piece of it. He will stay alive in a 2-strike count again. At 12:21 a.m. Central Standard Time. Rodriguez takes his time, taps his helmet with the left hand, stands back into the batter's box to face another 1-2 from Jalen Porter. This graduate student from Houston, Texas deals. Line drive, bounced it towards short. Gridley throws to first, and UAPB waits an hour, and UAPB wins it 6-4. The Wildcats 3 times in the last 3 innings had the tying run in scoring position and could not convert. The Wildcats, the #1 overall seed, fall to the 8th seeded UAPB. UAPB 6 runs, 13 hits, 1 error, and they left 7 on base. Bethune-Cookman 4 runs on 9 hits, all 4 runs and 4 of the 9 hits in the 5th inning. They committed no errors and left 8 on base. The winning pitcher is Kenny Fabian. His record now 5-6. Edwin Sanchez takes the loss, only his 2nd loss of the year. He is denied the opportunity to claim the outright Bethune-Cookman record for wins by a starting pitcher in a season. And the Wildcats, for the first time since 2022, will drop to the lower bracket on day 1 and will have to win 4 straight knockout elimination games to even have a chance to repeat as champions. Jaden Porter, what a comeback for him. He gets the save. Edwin Sanchez takes the loss. He's now 11-2. In a game with the rain delay that took 4 hours and 17 minutes. Once again, UAPB 6 runs, 13 hits, 1 error, 7 left on. Bethune-Cookman 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors, 8 left on. All 4 runs for the Wildcats. Coming in the 5th, they're gonna have to pick themselves up and do it the hard way. We will talk to you tomorrow at noon Central, that's 1 p.m. Eastern, as the Wildcats will face the first of what will be many elimination games against the Grambling State Tigers. For all of us here at the CatEye Network, especially Bryce Harnowski, Kelvin, Jade Barquette, and Romeo Guzman, my name is Michael Torillo. Signing off for tonight. We'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon as the Wildcats look to stave off elimination. That's against Grambling State at noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern, here on the CatEye Radio Network. Have a very good night, and hail Wildcats.